Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Town Board meeting of October 15th, 2024. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Yvonne, would you lead us off?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if we could remain standing for a moment of silence as we pray for the return of the hostages from Gaza. We pray for peace in the Middle East as we're in such turmoil in our world today. And we pray for all of those defending our freedoms and our rights. Thank you. Please be seated. Start with introductions to my right.
Good evening, Diana Quast, Town Clerk.
Luciana Howitt, Councilwoman.
Supervisor Ed Lachterman.
Deputy Supervisor Sergio Esposito. Things never work.
Councilman Patrick Murphy.
Councilwoman Susan Siegel.
David Chen, Acting Town Attorney.
Dave Paganelli, Highway Superintendent.
Okay. For reports for the town, first I'd like to thank everyone who attended our October 7th memorial out front. We were very well represented by our local clergy. We had a nice showing from town residents, and thank you for coming to share and support and pray. We also, this past weekend, we had our Chamber of Commerce Fall Festival at the Jefferson Valley Mall. Very well attended, really, really good festival and car show. So congratulations to the Chamber on a fantastic event. And today I was at a press conference meeting over in Rockland County. We have had $1.25 million secured so far from the federal government for part of the Hallex Mills sewer project. I think that brings us up to a total of about $1.325 million. And we will keep pushing on that so we could get phase one working when we can. We have a bunch of upcoming events. On the 16th, which is tomorrow, at the in front of the police station, we will have our textile, tire, e-waste, and paint drop-off from 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., so you could hit it on your way out of work. We will always have the paint now when we're doing the other waste drop-offs. We will have our Veterans Advisory Committee meeting tomorrow night at the Albert A. Cappellini Community and Cultural Center in room 104 at 7 p.m. On Friday, we will have the mobile shredder, and that will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And there's a change of location this time. We were doing it at the Shrub Oak Park. Now it will be done at the JV Mall. This will give better access. The last time it was so well attended that it created a traffic hazard throughout that whole area. And we've reworked it to make that a much safer and easier experience. But please expect lines. If you have your stuff in the back of your car, remove all clips and binders. No solid books can go through it. But they'll you pop your trunk, they'll take it out, dump it, give you back your boxes, and we'll be able to get everyone processed pretty quickly through that. Later on that day at 1 p.m. right here at Town Hall is a senior advisory meeting. Then a couple of activities in the evening. We have the Nightmare on Bank Street. That's at Club Fit starting at 6 p.m. That is a paid event. They are selling tickets online, but you could find it through our town calendar and see their flyer and the website to sign up for that. We'll have two showings of Annie Kids at the Yorktown Stage, both 7:30 p.m. Friday and at noon on Saturday. If you want to do something before the Saturday matinee, the Yorktown High School Music Boosters annual tag sale will be happening from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the high school. They usually have a lot of great kid things. I know we brought my goddaughter there once. She picked up a whole bunch of books. Fantastic little booster that they do there. After that, the Lions and Parks and Recreation will be doing the Halloween parade and carnival. That starts behind the firehouse on Commerce Street, and they'll march to the Jack DeVito Veterans Memorial Field, and you'll be able to participate on a lot of fun rides and bouncies and games and activities for the kids, and that is all at no cost. It's put on through the different vendors, and the Lions Club has been doing this for quite a few years. Just a reminder that there will be an extra work session coming on next Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. start for the meeting. We'll have there may be a quorum of the Parks and Rec Department here as well, just so you know. Right. Thank you.
Great. So I hope everybody had a beautiful weekend. I want to go ahead and give a big shout out to Get Down Entertainment, who will also be volunteering to DJ the Lions Club for their music on October 21st, which is a Monday, and it will continue throughout the week all the way through November 29th. They'll be flushing out the fire hydrants for the fall renowned. So seasonally, they'll go ahead and clean them, make sure that there's nothing clogged, so that the pressure's there. So in the event of a fire or any sort of emergency, they're there. Please notice that will happen. So it will take place Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. in parts of section 4, 5, 6, 7, as per like the recycling. So 4, 5, 6, and 7, as per your recycling schedule. And when they get flushed, you may see our town vehicles. You may see a little discoloration in your water. Just notice that they're working on it. So I just want to let everybody know. Thank you.
Serge?
All right, so there's a walk, when's that walk? The Mad Walk?
Saturday at 9 a.m.
So
Mothers
Saturday-
Against Drunk
I
Driving.
don't think this thing, it is working.
It is working.
So Saturday at 9 a.m., we're going to have the the Westchester Walk, so that's always going to be a great event. We have information on our town website. I'm heading to the Yorktown High School Boosters Annual Tag Sale. I gotta check that out, see what it's about. I can't wait for the Halloween parade. This year, I'm going as SpongeBob. I was gonna get stilts and go as like Big Surge. But I don't want to break my neck, so I was kind of like debating, and I went with the safe bet.
Since you mentioned that, I just got a text message that they moved the starting point to in front of the old Rexall. The firehouse has something going on that afternoon.
The Hart Library is having a haunted house. We failed to mention that, so you have a presentation for us today about that. That's fantastic. And then, where is she? Sarah Wilson. The Repair Cafe is coming up. on the 26th. So I hope everybody had a great weekend. I was in Salem this weekend. It was a lot of fun. Halloween's like my favorite time of year. So I hope you guys get into the spirit. We also have one of the best haunted houses that rivals any haunted house in Salem, Massachusetts. It's right here in the Turco's building. And it's really a great event. They could cater it to if you have younger kids. They'll back off of that, they won't make it as scary. But I will tell you, it is a great experience. And between the two haunted houses, Salem's got competition. Thank you.
I actually took my goddaughter there this weekend, and Carol refused to go. So
it is a lot of fun. This one's so much fun. It's unbelievable. I'm looking forward to the Hart one too, because last year was incredible, and the kids are so creative. So I can't wait to come to that one as well.
All right. So
I will. Not the stilts.
So I'll just open up with piggybacking on the library. The library, they have the haunted house. That's going to be October 25th to the 27th. So bring the kids. It's a fun little haunted house for them. Ed, you said that they have the paint tomorrow?
yes, paint recycling.
But did they cancel the October 18th pickup? I don't know if they did that. Originally, it was scheduled for the 18th, so it might be both.
The 18th, we have the shredder.
Okay.
So
And then I went to Boys State. Jonathan Ramos got a Boys State, and Boys State they go up to, this year they went up to Morrisville for the week, and they learn about the Constitution. They learn about how government works, how you make your own state it was very educational. So this gentleman, he went up there, and he's totally enjoyed it. And the Marines actually run it for them. They have about 500 kids that go up there, and the Marines are the ones that get them out of bed, make their bed, get them to breakfast, and get them to activities. So, and Jonathan is hopefully going to West Point.
Christopher.
No,
Christopher
oh,
Ramos.
it's Christopher Ramos.
Yeah.
So, and then last thing is fall has come. I went to the Jet game last night, and it was cold. So, all you, Susan.
Okay, thank you. I think you know that we have many volunteer organizations and boards and commissions in Yorktown, and we really, as a town, could not function without these volunteers. We do have many vacancies on some of the boards, and I'd like to announce them and encourage you to please consider sending in your resume. The Advisory Board on Architecture and Community Appearance, otherwise simply known as ABACA. The Board of Assessment Review, they review our assessments once a year. The Conservation Board, the Heritage Preservation Committee, the Recreation Commission, the Tree Conservation Advisory Commission, the Veterans Advisory Commission, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Community Housing Board. You can see how many volunteers we need. Many of these groups, most of them, only require meetings maybe once a month. They're all volunteers. The pay is zero, but we can't function without them. You don't have to be an expert in these fields. Expertise is obviously a plus, but you need to have a commitment, whether it's preservation of our town's history and culture, the conservation, that's obvious, the Community Housing Board. So I encourage you, if you're interested, please submit your resume just send it to the supervisor's office. His email address is on the town website. Two other issues I'd just like to bring up. We've had a lot of fun about all the wonderful activities taking place in Yorktown. I tend to be the more serious one. I think you know that. I'm a little disappointed that two issues aren't on the agenda for tonight that I was hoping that they would be. One is the town will be applying for a grant. The application deadline is this Friday. And as a town board member, we have not discussed what the application is going to look like. At 6 o'clock today, I got an email from the grant writer who said, well, I'll send it to you tomorrow to review it. But the board's not meeting, so there'll be no board review. We've had one very brief discussion. I don't think the town should function this way, and I just regret that there wasn't enough time for the board to look at what we are actually submitting, even though I won't go into the details of the grant, but the application is not a finite list of projects. There's a lot of flexibility that still doesn't excuse us not seeing it. The second issue is back in August, we did discuss submitting some type of request for proposals for the field home that was supposed to be coming due this month. We were supposed to advertise them. We have not seen that. We did see a draft about a week ago, and I thought that it would be on the agenda tonight. There is a resolution dealing with the field home tonight, and when we get to vote on that, I will have some more comments. But I'm disappointed that we did not have that. Thank you.
So we're paving, we're treeing, we're catch basinging, we're doing our usual thing. I'd like to thank the town board again for the additional funding. Based on the additional funding this year, we'll pave approximately 15 miles of road. If we could sustain that level of financing based on healthy fund balances, we would be on a 13.33-year replacement schedule, which is beyond my wildest expectations. And that's doing 50% of the roads, what I consider, when necessary, milling the roads and doing them correctly. So I thank you for that.
When I came on, what were you, like a 32-year cycle?
When I first got to highway, we were on 37.
37.
Yes, so we've come a long way. And I'd like to also thank the board working through Janelle, our town controller. I'd like to thank her as well, putting additional money into line striping. We have to take an aggressive approach to our lines that don't tend to stay visible for very long, and it's a very, very important public safety issue. So I thank you also for that, and for the additional money into the signs line, because as you can see, we have a few signs to deal with. So
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's it. Thank you.
All right. We will move over to presentations. Fun.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Yvonne Check, and I have the great honor of being the director of the John C. Hart Memorial Library in Yorktown. Tonight's presentation is something that I do on an annual basis. I try and come once a year to this board to let everybody know all of the different services that we provide at the library, give a sort of update about what the library's been doing. And the library, of course, as you know, is such an incredibly vital service for the town. And it's important that you all get to hear every year what's going on there. So the last time I was here was in April of 2023, and a lot has been going on at the library. We've been really busy. So first, I'm going to tell you about a few of the building upgrades. Then I'll talk about some of our programs. And then last, I'll talk about some upcoming initiatives and what's ahead for the future of the library. So in the last 18 months, we've been using state grant funds and our fund balance to do some upgrades. And the first thing we did was upgrade our failing, almost 50-year-old elevator with all new electronics and safety features. And then working together with our library board members and our town engineer, we did a major roof repair. We had a leak that had been plaguing the building for over 10 years. So we finally pulled everyone together and got it sorted out, and that took a lot of doing, but that was a big project. And we also took advantage of grant funds and replaced all the lights in the lower level of the building with energy-saving LEDs. And we recognized that we were often running out of a space in our community room. So if you see this picture, if any of you have been to the library, you recognize this as the main community room. And utilizing another grant, we completely renovated this space and actually removed that freestanding closet to give us more seating capacity. And it now looks like this. So it really opened things up, and we painted, did new flooring, new lighting. We tried to bring back a little of the sort of quiet elegance of the original building. And it's not only refreshed and beautiful, but now we can fit a lot more people in that space. We were having to turn away people from some of our programs because we were so cramped for space. So this was one way for us to fix it while doing it within the existing walls.
Yvonne, can you just talk to them about the art on the wall?
And we do have, thank you, Patrick. We have an art exhibit that rotates, and now with the space looking so much more beautiful, it's a really great background for art exhibits. So this gallery is open to area artists, and we've got about a 1.5-year waiting list for people to exhibit. So every month this exhibit changes out. And last but not least, our biggest building project that we did this year, and with grateful thanks to the town for allocating a portion of the ARPA grant funding, our most recent accomplishment is our brand new study cubicles. Whoops, it's not, oh, there it goes. The most recurring request I get as library director is that people want more quiet study space. So we were able to put in together again with our library board members and the town departments, and we had the services of a library designer that helped us. We got this beautiful end result. We ended up installing 5 different sized study cubicles. There are so many residents who work remotely and go to school remotely, or just need a space for tutoring or taking an exam, and so these spaces will now accommodate all of those requests. We're really thrilled to be able to have installed this using, again, the ARPA grant funds. And these are actually prefab architectural walls. So if we should need to change the configuration of these rooms in the future, we'll be able to do that. So obviously our last 18 months has been busy. We have done a lot of much needed building updates. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the programs at the library. We are continuing to offer some of our old favorite programs, and services like getting help for your tech devices. So if you're like me, sometimes you need help with your cell phone or your laptop or your iPad or your Kindle. And who better to do that than a teenager? So we have Teen Tech Help, where we have teen volunteers. They come to the library on Tuesdays and Fridays, and they just sit at a table, and they're there for people to just walk up and get whatever help you need. So you can give them your cell phone and say, please help me fix this, and they'll help you. We also, some of you may know, about a year and a half ago, we became a certified U.S. passport acceptance facility. So if you need a first-time passport, come on over to the library and we'll get it done for you. So I'm going to give a quick run through of some of the programs, and I can't tell you about all the programs because last year alone at the library we had 1,545 programs in 1 year. So I'll spare you that full list, and instead I will give you a little bit of a cross-section of some of them. So that averages about 4 to 5 programs a day. That's how busy the library is. And this is one of them where we do workshops for helping people who are job searching, do resume writing. If you're feeling overwhelmed by the college application process, we all know what that is like. So for parents and teens alike, you can come to one of our college programs and we'll help take some of the mystery out of all of that and help reduce some of that anxiety for college applications. And we continue to provide help for older adults. And this particular program is our free elder law seminar. And this is for folks who are trying to figure out how to protect their assets as they age. And this, again, all the programs we do at the library are free. So you can come to one of these and ask your questions from some professionals. If it's time for you to sign up for Medicare, that's always scary for people. There's a lot of options. It feels confusing. And we partner with Westchester Library System, and we're one of the few libraries that actually offers this in the county. And this is one of our more popular programs. We bring in experts and they can answer all of your questions. You can have a one-on-one session with them, and it's really helpful. Check our calendar for dates. We run this throughout the year. We also partner with AARP, and we offer free tax filing help for seniors. This is extremely popular. It runs from January through April. You have to get an appointment, so make sure you do that. Check our calendar. It fills up quickly. But again, this is a free service for seniors. And then for our little ones, we've got our 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten program, which is a really great way for children to develop the habit of reading from a young age, so that when they enter kindergarten, they're ready to learn. The whole family gets involved in this program, and it's to model good reading habits and encourage their children to read. And speaking of modeling good reading habits, the library, of course, celebrates reading and encourages reading in many ways. We involve the whole community to model how important reading is.
Look at you, Dave.
And here you see Highway Superintendent Dave Paganelli and Assemblyman Matt Slater taking turns with our librarian Marcy reading to this crowd. And you can see our beautiful new community room there. We could fit a lot more people into that program this year. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you for having me.
And Miss Amy here gets the whole family moving with a weekly rock and roll story time and an interactive story time with Miss Stacy. We host parent-child chess sessions with an instructor. We help teens get prepared for babysitting with an intro to babysitting class. We do needlepoint programs for teens, for adults. And again, these are some of our ongoing kind of fan favorite library programs that we have. We partner with the Red Cross. We're a location for blood donations. And of course, we have book clubs. You can find a book club for whatever your age or interests are at the library. We've got one called an Up All Night book club. So that's for the thrillers, yeah. We have passes to many museums that and this is really, really helpful for families. It can get pretty pricey to bring your whole family to a museum. And so what we do is we buy a library pass, and then we, if just using your library card for free, you can come and check it out. And you get either free or really reduced entrance to museums. This year, we just added this month the 9/11 Museum. And we have the New York State Park Empire Pass. We've got passes to the Intrepid. We've got the FDR Museum. The list goes on and on. And last year, we started our first ever seed library. So using one of our old card catalogs, we get seed donations from various seed companies, and we partner with the Yorktown Garden Club, and they come in and teach classes and teach people how to start their gardens from seed. And every year when schools close for the summer, it's the public library that steps in to fill the literacy gap. Those important summer months are really critical for emerging readers to keep up their reading skills and keep them on track. So we band together, we partner with all of the local schools, we get all of their required reading lists for the summer, and we work with local businesses to get some gift cards, and they give us passes for ice cream cones and things like that to provide incentives for the students. And we have a lot of volunteers, and we organize this really fun program for kids, and the goal is to provide incentives to encourage them to keep reading through the summer. This summer, our program was at the end of June, and in 2 hours, we had, are you ready for this number? Over 2,000 people attend this program at the library. And it was phenomenal. We had over 1,000, we had 1,013 students sign up for our reading program this summer, and that was record-breaking. And that's just our elementary students. We also had teens and adults signing up for our programs. So this is proof positive that Yorktowners value literacy and their public library as a really important town resource. So I've told you about some of our programs and some of our old favorites. We've got a couple just to mention of our new programs. This year we got pretty innovative. We did the first ever Catter Day program, we called it. This was the brainchild of our librarian, Stephanie. We partnered with Rock and Rescue, a local shelter, and collected donated cat toys. We did cat-themed crafts, and Rock and Rescue brought in kittens that day for people to come in and cuddle, and a lot of families ended up adopting that day. And we do crafts. This one was showing how cost-effective we are. We used some withdrawn library books and upcycled them into this great decoration for people to make. And of course, we all had a lot of fun with the eclipse this year. We did some science-based workshops. This is our librarian, Olivia, teaching kids how the eclipse actually worked. And this year, I don't know if anybody knew this, but it's Smokey the Bear's 80th birthday this year.
Oh.
And so we had a park ranger come in and talk about forest safety. And kids listened to stories and made all sorts of bear-themed crafts. And for our teens, we partnered with Starbucks and did a history of coffee and a coffee tasting. And we started trivia this year. This has been a big hit. We've been doing trivia nights for either adults or teens or families. This particular one was a Harry Potter themed trivia for adults. Check our calendar if you're into trivia. We run them in series. We also host informational programs that are really important for the community, like this one where we brought in the New York branch of the National Guard to explain to families how to create emergency kits and how to be prepared for emergencies. And we provide cultural and educational programs. Here we've got people learning about the history behind Korean lotus lanterns, and then they learned how to make them. And this year we started outdoor concerts out on the front lawn of the library. We had perfect weather, and entire families came to sit on the library front lawn and listen to music. What a beautiful way to spend a summer evening in downtown Sherbrooke. we started a puzzle exchange. This is no cost to anyone. You drop off puzzles that you don't need or come and pick one up. And it's just another example of how we're continually adapting and providing things that people want to see in the community. We often get a big rush on Friday afternoons at about 4:30. People run in to grab a puzzle for the weekend. We do have a library app called Libby. I hope some of you have it installed on your phone. You can download and access all of our ebooks. And using this Libby app, people can also check their library accounts from their devices. They can put books on hold. And working with the Westchester Library System this year, we upgraded the user experience on Libby. So if you haven't used it in a while, you'll see that we've made it a lot more user-friendly and a place where you can look at everything all in one spot. And of course, we love the environment. Yorktown is such a tree-loving community, and we recently planted a tree right in the front lawn in dedication to a very generous donor. So in addition to partnering with various organizations and bringing people into the library, you can often find us going out into the community and telling folks about our different library programs, kind of like I'm doing here tonight. You'll see us at local events, like when we went to the Rochambeau Festival. And this is our librarian, Caitlin, who went to the George Washington Elementary School for their ELL Family Literacy Program to talk all about what the library has to offer. So that's our programs and the upgrades we've made to the building. So what is next for the future of the library? One of the ways we determine the direction for the future is through data points. We look at the responses to what we're offering, and it's everything from the items we lend to the programs and services we provide. And every year we have to track all of our statistics, and we actually have to report everything that we do to the state library. There's 38 libraries in Westchester County. And for the last several years, the John C. Hart Library has consistently ranked in the top 5 of all the libraries in Westchester County for how busy we are, meaning how many items get checked out of our library. So, and that includes White Plains and Yonkers. So we're often in the number 1, 2, or 3 slot, but always in the top 5 slots. And that means we are very busy. Yorktowners love to read. And so in the year 2023, the last full year where we had statistics, we checked out nearly 350,000 items out of our library. So that averages about 1,000 items per day going out of our building. And we had about 130,000 people walk through the library doors in 2023. We had over 30,000 people attending our library programs in 1 year. So in addition to submitting all of these annual statistics to the state, we have certain minimum standards that we have to comply with in order to maintain our library charter. So the library is chartered under the New York State Department of Education, just like schools are. And one of the requirements is that we have a current strategic plan. So working together with our library board of trustees, we spent several months gathering data, evaluating our services, and doing a survey to come up with our new strategic plan. 618 people in town answered our survey. We had library users, non-library users, and we asked, how are we doing? What would you like to see us do better? And what do you need from your public library? The 5 big takeaways, first of all, people said, we love what you're already doing, but we really would like more quiet spaces. We want more comfortable seating. We want a dedicated teen space. We want group meeting space, and we need a bigger program room. So we're listening. As we move forward, we're keeping all of these requests in mind, and as funding allows, any changes we make will take into account what the results are of the survey, what people are telling us. We're listening to what you want, and we're trying to accommodate. So we, for example, are listening to the request that we focus on teens. And we hired the first ever in Hart Library, the first ever dedicated teen librarian. So Colin is going to help us create this teen space and the programs that everyone's asking for. And then here's some of our teen volunteers. Another thing that was revealed in our survey and in our work to work on our strategic plan is that a major goal for us going forward is to improve the digital experience for the community. Anybody recognize these old things? So early on, when the internet was new, libraries had to understand how the internet was impacting communities. And then we stepped up to provide public computers and free Wi-Fi and courses on how to use this new technology. Well, 3 decades later, we're continuing to provide technology assistance with programs like I mentioned with Teen Tech Help and with our free public computers. Libraries are very closely tied to technology because the platforms for information continue to evolve and we have to evolve with it. So part of our goals to expand the digital experience is using another grant, and this was from Assemblywoman Dana Levenberg. We purchased Kindles and iPads, and we hosted our first ever Kindle book club in September. And Kindles have a lot of great uses, especially for people who are vision impaired. You can change the font size. You can have a read to me feature. So we did our first ever Kindle book club. And a lot of folks really love to listen to CD audiobooks. But of course, if you have a current car, they no longer come with CD players in them. So we keep getting requests for CD audiobooks, and then they bring them back and say, I have no place to play this. So librarian Katie figured this out, and we are now lending these devices that will plug into your car so you can play your CD audiobooks. And if you're not yet using our streaming services, this will bridge the gap for you. And of course, we started lending hotspots. This year we had to add more because it's so popular. So this is portable Wi-Fi. So if you need Wi-Fi on the go, if your internet's down at your house, somebody has to submit a school paper, you have to go visit grandma, her internet isn't so great, you come and borrow one of our hotspots, and you've got Wi-Fi on the go. So we're now in the age of artificial intelligence, or AI. So what is it and how is it going to affect what we do? This is something that we're looking at. People always look to the library to help them understand technology and to provide access. And just as we evolve to provide ebooks, we're now looking at AI to see how we can understand it and help our community understand it. So what's next for the library and what concrete steps are we taking? Some of you may have heard that we recently got a New York State construction grant, and we're going to be using that to help us update our 50-year-old carpet and our shelving to make our shelving more accessible. So look for, these are just ideas of some of the things that, some of modern carpet and shelving for libraries. We're going to be looking at doing that in the next year. And also, one of the top requests from our survey was that we have a designated teen area. So we're hoping to provide a space where kids feel welcome. You know, we are walking distance to Lakeland High School, and a lot of students come after school, and we really want to give them a place where they feel welcome. So we're going to be using some of this grant funding to create a teen-friendly space. And one of our biggest teen-led programs that was mentioned by Councilman Esposito earlier is our teen-led haunted house. So the teens come up with the themes, they do all the props and decorations, and they'll be your hosts for the evening. So that is not this Friday, but next Friday, the 25th, it starts. Check our website for times.
It goes a couple of days, right?
Yeah, 26 and 27.
It goes Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Friday the 25th, Saturday the 26th, and Sunday the 27th, right? And so some of you may know that we have a Friends of the Library group. I see some of our Friends members here, Robin here. This is a really dedicated group of volunteers. Councilwoman Siegel was mentioning how important it is that volunteers help us run this community. And they do this through, they raise money for the library through their book sales and other activities, bake sales, and they help us pay for these programs. One of the main things they do is sponsor the haunted house. So we want to give a big thank you to our friends of the library for that. So overall, the library is a wonderful town asset and a true community resource. We want to continue to serve the public in the best way that we can. And in our recent survey, you told us you want more space and more programs, and we want to think about how we can best accommodate that in the current and future needs of the library and the community. And so our library board of trustees, actually our entire library board is here tonight. Would you guys stand up? Thank you so much. Okay. Kathy Ritchie, Jean Zappia, Barry Ehrenberg, Laura Tropp, and Kathy Behan are our library board of trustees. And their job is to oversee the strategic direction of the library and help in making sure that we're continuing to meet the needs of the community. And as I mentioned earlier, that survey gave us a lot to work with. And part of our work to prepare our strategic plan was we asked you what you wanted and you told us. So our library board of trustees had a study done as a first step in understanding how we can help provide what the community is asking for. So working with a local architect firm, we did a study, and this is one of the results from the study. They benchmarked our library against other peer libraries. So you'll see some nearby libraries, the population they serve, and the square footage of the building. Then they figured out the square footage per capita and how is the library best serving the community based on the space that they have. So the generally accepted benchmark is that you should have 1 square foot of space for everybody you serve. And so we're falling a bit behind there. We've got less than half a square foot per space or per person. And that's because we haven't upgraded the building in about 4 decades. So our library board of trustees is now working with a capital campaign firm to help us understand how we can obtain the funding to help meet the demands for the kinds of library services that you're all asking for. So in the next couple of months, we're going to be asking for your feedback. We're going to be asking for your input, your advice. We want you to help us by participating in focus groups or answering our surveys or whatever outreach we have so that we can figure out how we can go about meeting the growing needs for this community. So while the library is always evolving, it's still always just a place to come and read. It's a place for knowledge in all its forms, for discovery, for entertainment, and for connection. Libraries are always a reflection of the communities they serve. So I hope I've given you a good overview tonight of some of our recent building upgrades, a good cross-section of the kinds of programs, and a look ahead at what the future is for the library. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you for everything you do.
Where do you guys find the time? Because I know what you've been doing. And in regards to one of the questions asked before about the grant, the decision to move forward to try to get the New York Forward grant came after seeing a little presentation from the library board about the need for the expansion and the capital project. It was pushed through only because you need to keep applying. You're not guaranteed. Matter of fact, it's more than likely you do not get the first year. As Councilwoman Siegel pointed out, it is a very fluid grant. Everything that is in the application needs to get re-vetted regardless and looked at. We did have New York State do a quick review for our grant writer. They thought it was a very good grant, that there were some opportunities, especially with the library. They like working with that. And it's only because of the planning and dedication that the library board has had that we're even able to push forward with a very short timeline for the grant.
It's also important to note that we've already applied for this grant once, and usually the status quo is it takes multiple applications before you actually get approved. and so we didn't want to miss the cycle and get this back in as a second one. They said that typically you may get approved after three or four times, right, Pat? About 3 or 4 times. I know that I read the same email that you did, Susan, where he said that he would give you the specs tomorrow. It also listed that information in there and why we were trying to rush it through. So this way, we fully expect that it's going to get denied again, but then that would be our second turnaround. Hopefully it doesn't, but that would be our second time. And like I said, they say the status quo is 3 or 4 times. So it was important to kind of sneak this one in and get it in at such a short interval of time. That's why it was rushed.
Oh, maybe if we had done a little bit more planning and had more of a vision, we would have had possibly a stronger application.
The
That's
day
my
that I got
point.
the notification from the state is the day I forwarded to the grant writer, but they didn't give us a lot of notifications.
Well, I
It was
think
coming
if we
due.
do begin some planning now, if you're assuming that this
that's why we have the
application is
grant
going to be
writer.
rejected,
Yep.
we do some planning now and create the vision for a strong application in 2025. We
Yep.
don't do it with,
Which is why we hired a grant writer before you came on the board, because we realized that that is the only way to keep ahead of the curve.
That's exactly.
Yvonne, I just want to thank you for hosting Liam's artwork. And it was so nice for me to have gone to Brookside and see Mrs. Boards, which is the art teacher there, say, I got to see not only Liam's face at Art at Heart, in the children's room, but I also got to see my artwork that I helped him do. And I just thought it was really great. So it's been wonderful. So thank you for that.
I thought the study cubicles were particularly fantastic. I think you didn't mention the art that's in the study cubicles, right? What are the art, the pictures and stuff that are?
You need to come up to the mic, Yvonne.
Yeah, let's mention that.
We worked with the Yorktown Museum to get some maps, and so there's 5 study cubicles, and there happen to be 5 business hamlets in the town of Yorktown. So we have a piece of artwork in each of the rooms from the Yorktown Museum that represents each of the hamlets.
It's great.
It's beautiful.
Great. Beautiful job. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our poet laureate who has his stand-in with here today for him, Sergio Esposito.
It's entitled The Greatest Generation by John F. McMullen. The generation of our parents and grandparents is often referred to as the greatest generation. It won the worst war in history with great loss of life and injury, built the strongest economy in the world, helped rebuild the countries devastated by war, and brought about a proud, unified nation. Now, we are a terribly polarized country as we enter an election, are quasi-involved in wars in Europe and the Mideast that could each explode, and it seems that every day there is a greater division with nastiness and animosity over these issues at times, leading to violence. One can only hope that after the election, America can right itself, unify, and build another great generation. By John F. McMullen.
Thank you, John. All right, we are going to move to courtesy of the floor. Please remember that to keep your comments courteous. You can always reach anyone on the dais through our town website. Everyone's contact information is there. You do not have to wait for courtesy of the floor, as we only really have 2 per month, and we're all available for your questions and comments at any time.
What about hold the fluoride until?
If anyone is here for fluoride, you might want to wait for the public hearing, as that is what goes on the record versus courtesy of the floor. Okay. Thank you. The floor is open.
Good evening, Mark Lieberman. I live on Wells Street. So last week, Councilman Esposito took some time to passionately speak of the origin of Columbus Day as a federal holiday. I truly appreciated his enthusiasm and the love he demonstrated for his heritage. Sergio related how Italian immigrants were so horribly mistreated in 1891 for the sole reason of being immigrants. This mistreatment is the result of people's irrational fear of immigrants. And it was not isolated to Italians. Few of our ancestors were accepted when they first arrived. I trust that the entire town board and our community at large will continue to think kindly of people immigrating to America to find safety, to seek livelihood and peace in their new home, as does Sergio.
Charles O'Neill, Jefferson Village. I have a quickie. When you turn in from 6 into Hill Boulevard, there's a construction going on the corner of cell tower, I think. The problem I have, I saw kids playing on the rebars, and they must weigh about 10 ton because it's at least 6 foot around with about 300 rebars. And I know the kids that were playing on it could never move them, but if they did, they would crush the kids. I don't know why there's not a fence around that construction site. It's deplorable, and it's the first time I've seen the kids there, but they're teenagers, and you know, teenagers will go where teenagers do. Of course, I was never like that. I was a
No,
good
hey,
kid.
Charlie, never. Thanks, Charlie.
That's a good point.
Howard Gould, good evening, everybody. I was not here for the last meeting, but I watched it on television, and I just want to let you know the apartments that they can be building will be on 800 Main Street, correct? Right by the Taconic. I just want to let you know for the record, I think it's an excellent idea. I think, though, the price is kind of high for the rentals. I know faces. The thing is, I think as far as the traffic lights go, I think it's a good idea. I go off the Taconic, and I noticed getting off the Taconic, going on, making a right off Route 6, I do notice people do not stop at the red light at times. They go right through. Just saying. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you, Howard.
Thanks, Howard.
I always have to lower it for myself. Good evening, Sarah Wilson. Councilwoman Siegel mentioned it, but I did notice in the agenda there is a resolution about retaining Gregory Dietrich to assist the town with the adaptive reuse proposal for the field home. And I just wanted to see if the board could also comment on where we are with the RFP process. I did watch the August 13th meeting, and it seemed like everyone was on board that, you know, we should move forward with the RFP, so maybe you can just give an update on that. And I understand you had like 10 different ideas on what to do there, so there's lots to consider. And then briefly, Highway Superintendent Paganelli, thank you for putting the signs on London Road where they intersect with Quinlan. That's really noticeable, which is great. It's going to hopefully prevent
additional ones coming.
Prevent accidents. That's a dangerous place. And thank you for mentioning the Repair Cafe. Our 23rd, I love what the library does with all of their free services, and of course that's what the Repair Cafe is about as well, providing free repair services to our residents. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Excuse me, Dan Strauss, 58-year resident. I believe Sarah was talking about the stop sign at Quinlan. Is that Quinlan and London?
She was actually talking about the cross traffic does not stop signs.
It doesn't stop, but meanwhile, as I pointed out last week, there was a horrendous accident there. So my comment again is that those signs don't mean a damn thing because the people just fly and they don't care. That's it, cut and dry. So I'm going to talk about the Route 6, the new proposed development, 800 East Main. I apologize if I didn't make it clear last week. I do understand.
God bless.
Bless you. I understand the traffic pretty well over there. I went over there the next morning to look at it and drove through it, drove around and through, and I just question, I think it was a great study. All of the traffic studies are not hogwash, but most of them are, as they pertain to the town over the last 10 years that I've been listening to at these meetings. This particular traffic study was very good. It was a good study, but I still question whether 3 lights so close together will address the situation. And I did look that if you backed up the left turn lane going eastbound, if you backed it up 6 car lengths, you would probably avoid that backup going into the other lane. It probably wouldn't address coming out of the golf course, but that's another story. I also feel that cars coming out of Mahopac and Carmel, once those 2 traffic lights are there in the rush hour, they'll decide to make left turns onto the streets before the lights, and they'll create more havoc. So that's just my comment there. I will say again that it was outrageous that we do not have meetings every week as we used to. I said it before, and I think you are jeopardizing people's lives in doing that outright, because people shouldn't be driving home at 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, especially seniors. And to the people in Jefferson Village, I apologize because I didn't stay for the meeting where you indicated at 800 Main Street you were not against that project, and I didn't watch the meeting afterwards. So I misspoke on that. I'll leave it at that. Traffic, people don't stop. And again, we've talked about the Underhill, all that, the Underhill Farm. There's no issue there. There's no issue with that traffic. The people don't stop, and they drive 60 miles an hour coming down the hill. That's why you have accidents. Until somebody does something about it, people complain all the time when the projects
Dan,
come
your
up.
time's up.
When they come up, they say traffic is terrible. If you don't do something, it's going to keep on going. Thank you.
I had to follow that. 2 things, if I may. Organic yard waste.
Please introduce yourself.
Facility. I'm sorry, my name is Brian Seitz, Mohegan Lake.
Hey, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
The organic yard waste is a great facility, with the exception of the amount of trash that's being essentially recycled as well. You go to the soil, pick out the nice organic soil. There's plastic, there's golf balls, there's all kinds of material in there. They need to do something. I don't know who's in charge of it. Is it David, I guess?
Yes.
I've seen you there a couple times. We've talked about it. It's a great resource for the community. I use it all year long through the free mulch, the soil, even though I screen out the plastics in it. So if we could do something about that, that would be great. And the other thing is the on Amazon Road. Speaking of traffic, Amazon Road between Lexington and Dale Street, we have speed humps on Mohegan Avenue. The speed humps coming through there. Everybody comes through there to cut off so they don't have to go up to 6. But why don't we get it on that curve? It's a narrow curve. I've seen cars flip over in front of my house. It's a very narrow, very curvy street. Blind curves coming out of Oak Street, coming out of High Street. I mean, it's, you know, I know I've only been here for 7 years, and I know that they've had petitions. People signed them by the hundreds, and nothing was done. And that was a decade ago. I'd like to try to see if we can get something looked into that again. I did contact the police department. I can't remember the gentleman's name who's in community safety.
Rob Rohr.
Rohr, yeah, that's right. And he said he did a study with traffic. There wasn't enough traffic, there wasn't enough speed, and the volume, or whatever, to that degree was not enough. I never saw any of those strips out there. He said it was new, digital, something or another, I don't know. But that needs to be addressed, because there's kids in the neighborhood and daily accidents, mirrors getting ripped off because people just fly down that road. So, the other thing is Lee Boulevard at Route 6. There's no turn arrows coming out of the Jefferson Valley Mall. It just drives me crazy. It's just a green light and everybody's supposed to make a left there. There should be a green arrow to turning there. So, other than that, thank you.
Anyone else for courtesy of the floor?
Beautiful presentation. Love that library. It has that nice small town feel. Beautiful. Joanne Sillick, Yorktown Heights. Good evening, members of the board. I would like to thank the supervisor for sending me an email regarding the response from the Ethics Board. He stated that the courtesy of the floor is not used for personal attacks, claiming that his personal injury case could fall under. Courtesy of the floor is meant to allow anyone to speak respectfully about anything town-related. At the October 1st meeting, I tried to speak, but the supervisor shut me down at the moment I mentioned the name of a reporter. He did not even know what I was going to say. There was no personal attack made. How can he justify his action when I was not given the opportunity to continue? He said it was inappropriate and would not tolerate it. I have the right to speak and be heard under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. It is the bedrock of our democracy. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. It is an American issue. People on both sides told me they felt sorry for me and the way I was treated. Don't feel sorry for me. Be sorry for something far more serious. Our constitutional right to be heard was denied. It is public knowledge, as per an article in the Examiner dated September 17th, that the supervisor and attorney of record for the Navajo Project have a personal and business relationship for the past 5 years. Councilwoman Howard has a landlord-tenant relationship for her private business with the same attorney for the past 4 years. By the way, excuse me, I'm talking. Has Ms. Howard received an opinion from the Ethics Board?
Yes.
I was wondering about that, but you cannot interrupt me now. It is worth noting that neither the supervisor nor Ms. Howard denied anything that was written about them in the article. If you sat on a board in private business, you would not be allowed to vote if you had any connection whatsoever with participants in the project. Why should we, the people of Yorktown, expect anything less of our officials? The supervisor repeatedly said he had an opinion from the Ethics Board claiming that there is no violation. Hypothetically, I ask, if a doctor finds nothing wrong in your x-ray, does that make your symptoms go away? Similarly, I ask, when the Ethics Board issues an opinion, does that take away the obvious, ever-present conflict of interest that any reasonable person can see? And thank you. I know my time is up. Thank you for listening.
Anyone else for courtesy of the floor?
This will be real quick. My name is Giovanni Mastracchio, and I'm a White Plains native who moved to Yorktown about 5 years ago. First, I think I want to thank you. I think, did you have something to do with repaving Pines Bridge Road?
Yes.
You've made my commute in the morning 100% smoother, and I really appreciate that, and saved me, obviously, wear and tear on my car. I also would like to bring attention to the fact that we have 4 scouts here from Troop 38 Shrub Oak who are completing a requirement for the Communications Merit Badge. and we meet at the Lutheran Church across from the library. And I'm new to the I'm kind of new to the troop, but one of our scouts before I got there actually did a project at the library, and so just wanted to mention if anybody knows any young men who are 11 years old or older and want to join scouting and benefit from that experience. We have a very experienced scoutmaster, the esteemed Dr. Thompson, who is also a scout leader trainer. Two of us assisting him are former scoutmasters that had our own troops. So 38 Shrub Oak, if you need further information, or just, I guess, reach out to the organization online, bsa.org. You can search for the troop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What troop number was it?
Anyone else for courtesy of the floor? Motion to close courtesy of the floor?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I will start with addressing Ms. Hillick. So I actually agree with her. I was quick to shut her down without listening. I was annoyed at the article. I've had many conversations with the editor because they neglected to research and look at the law. I will stress that their opinion says that according to our ethics code, and that we mirror quite a few, unless there is a personal gain relationship, like I'm a business partner in the law firm of Grace and Grace, it's not a conflict. If the case were that I could not listen to anything that I had a personal relationship with anyone here, I could listen to nothing from Jefferson Village. I wouldn't be able to sit and vote on it because I have personal relationships with a lot of people at the village. There are different people who come in before us in the town that I've either done, used as a contractor in the past, with my span in Yorktown only being since 1995. But, a lot of people have crossed my corridor doing work. So it's our job as people who are elected to listen to all of the story, listen to both sides, as we'll witness tonight when we talk about the fluoride. But I do apologize, Joanne. I hope you accept that. I shouldn't have shut you down. You had a right to speak. That was one of the few times that I have let my emotions slip away with me because I was not happy when I was told that the reporter refused to call the head of our ethics board because he writes for a opposing newspaper, and he did not get a quote opinion or anything from him. And I just did not feel that's right. But it is our job, and you do have the right to know that we are here. We all have relationships within the town, and we all do business within our town. And it's something that I highly encourage. I would never stop doing it. I'll never stop spending my money in Yorktown. But that doesn't mean because I went to a restaurant and spent money, or I went out to dinner with someone who owns something, if they come in, as long as I am doing my thing, I don't let anyone buy me anything. I might pay for something for someone if they're a friend, but even with my friends, it's like, no, I got it. And I think that's an important aspect. And our integrity as public officials, I look at this entire board, and I could say through and through that I think that there is the utmost care of Yorktown, and we keep that in mind. We make our decisions based on the good of the town. For Charlie, thank you. The fence around there is a great idea. No, it's a great idea, Ann. Yeah,
It
great
should be.
idea.
It is. It really is.
I'll talk to engineering tomorrow, and unless Dan's listening tonight, which he might be, he could get on that first thing, and we could look to see what they could do to secure that area a little more. We had Sarah will talk about the RFP later when it comes up. John Tegeter will take the stand. We had a couple of things for both Dan and Howard about Route 6 and the 800 East Main Street project. I want to say thank you to both of you for actually going there and looking at it. I think that's one of the most important things. I say that to people all the time, that we need to, go there. When I get a complaint about something, I go out there and check it out, and I think that's really important. I do know that sometimes the traffic studies can be skewed, but unfortunately, one of the things that they don't always know and take into effect, and especially as we look at Route 6, which is one of the reasons we want to go from border to border when we look at it, is that there could be other projects in Cortland Manor or in Mayapack and Carmel that will affect us. And sometimes those do get missed in the traffic. They do a generation of what they think traffic is going to increase, but they might not realize that Carmel Town Board has a big project on their calendar that's coming up for Route 6. So there are going to be errors made. The idea is to try to get the best solutions possible and make sure that there's infrastructure improvements as part of any of the jobs that are coming in. And then, Dave, I don't know if you want to take on the traffic and the organic yard.
So, with respect to the organic yard, I agree 100%. There's nothing I would like more than to give perfect topsoil, perfect leaf mulch, perfect wood mulch. The problem is we don't have a screener. So what we do, we have a pile of, I'm sure you've noticed a giant mountain of dirt that we have there. We put that through a shaker, which has a screen that's that big. So anything smaller than that gets right through. So yes, the hope is at one point we'll have like a 3 or 4 tier screener, and we'll be able to screen that material down to, about an inch, and that would eliminate most of that. I use that material in my own home, so I know how frustrating it is. The Amazon Road issue, I'm sure you're talking about whether, if you say you're heading towards Lexington on the right-hand side, that bad turn where there's constantly ice there because someone is constantly putting their water onto our town road and it's a blind corner. We had once years ago at the Traffic Safety Committee discussed that. We had done a traffic study, and the issue there was not so much the magnitude of the traffic nor the speed, but more so was the grade. The grade on that particular hill coming down to that hard corner is too steep for speed bumps. Imagine coming around that blind corner and you hit a speed bump, you'd be in that fellow on the right-hand side of the road's yard. We had at that time discussed stop signs at High Street on Amazon, coming both directions. But by the same respect, that was one of the reasons we didn't think that was a very good idea, because people would come whipping around that corner. Somebody coming out of High Street would assume the person would stop, and we all know that people aren't always so wonderful at stopping. Pines Bridge Road, thank you, and that's a perfect example of what we're trying to achieve in town. We've spoken about it. I've spoken to the members of the board about it. Pines Bridge Road, we were able to do double yellow lines and fog lines. Fog lines are tremendously helpful in keeping our residents safe. They show you where the end of the road is. We don't have street lights on every road in Yorktown. So here's the catch-22. Right now, we're paying $3,300 a mile for a double yellow line, $1,700 a mile for one fog line. So to do 1 mile of road with fog line, it's $6,700, 1 mile. And that Pines Ridge Road, for instance, was 6,200 feet, so just about a mile and under a quarter. But we're getting there. And the hope is, I love our facility. Finally, we have the beast back, so we'll be taking care of that. We have a contract out to, handle the giant logs that we can't handle. So we're going out to bid on that. That's coming in when, Town Clerk? Soon. Is that your story and you're sticking to it?
Sometime before Christmas, Dave.
So I believe we have either on the 23rd or the 26th of October a site meeting so people can look at the pile and then get a legitimate determination. But yes, I'm going to continue on working to provide a better product up there for our residents. It's that's my baby, the hill, as we call it. So thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Okay.
I'd like to I want to just address what was said about me. Is that okay, Sergio?
Sure.
Okay. So Mark is not here, but I agree. I treat all hardworking immigrants who come here and want to adapt and be great and bring their wisdom. And I think it goes across the board, and I do think that there's a lot of disservices. I also think that at some point the intent of humanity needs to be better. I think we need to choose to want to work all together as opposed to wanting to isolate ourselves. But I appreciate what Mark said. As far as the traffic goes, I was also very impressed by this traffic report as well, and I look forward to diving a little bit deeper about the lights. I thought they did a really great job. So I agree with you, Dan, on that one. As far as what you said, Joanne, I took my office a year before I even became into office. And I don't ever negotiate for favors because I don't want to owe anybody anything. It's just not who I am. It doesn't go with my moral compass. What I do find very disheartening is the work that I do across the street impacts people on layers that I can't even describe, that are way more serious than the things that we're actually even talking about. And on top of that, the one thing I'm going to say is that when I represented myself as a councilwoman and my landlord came before me on multiple projects, when it wasn't a problem for certain people, no one had a problem that I crossed the street and ran from one office to another. But now, because it's not going a certain way, or someone fears it won't go their certain way, they're going to accuse me of possibly an unethical situation. So I'm happy to receive an email from anyone who would like the ethics board opinion that was given to me, that it is okay for me to be working in the Grace Building across the street. So when you see me walking back and forth, that's exactly what I do. But the way that this went on, when I spoke to the actual examiner, I had nothing to hide because I don't believe in that. But I do believe that when I'm getting attacked on these personal levels, it's more because I'm just not saying yes to what they want. And guess what? If you really know me, I say no a lot more often. So that's all. Oh, I have my own entrance. You got lost, remember?
So Dan, regarding the traffic study, I was also impressed by it. What my concern is, and I don't know if I articulated it fully, is queuing. You mentioned that the lights were too close together. To me, I'm looking at that, and I saw their study, and I saw how they're going to increase the flow, and that the queuing is not going to be enough. But when cars start to flip around the other roads and stuff, there's going to be more cars on 6. Is the distance between the lights going to be enough to accommodate, the amount of cars that are going to have to stop? On one side of 6, there's quite a bit of distance. On the other side, when you're getting off the Taconic, it's a very short distance between the lights. And so I do have a genuine concern about that, on top of some other concerns with the project. But that is something that popped up. I was also there. I was standing on the side of 6. They were calling me back because they thought I was going to get hit by cars, and I was seriously looking at it. So the lights being in such close proximity is a concern for me. The second,
Charlie, we can't.
yeah. The second thing is, where are the troops? Where are the troops that are out here? Put your hands. Stand up. So tell me what. You know what? Why don't you guys come up to the podium for me, real quick? Come on. You're here for public speaking, and what are you here for? We're gonna public speak. Come on, line up. I gotta get a picture too. Let's go. All right, come on, everybody, gather around the microphone. So introduce yourselves.
All right. We are Troop 38 Shrub Oak. My name is Eric Mistracchio.
My name is Luca Mistracchio.
My name is Matthew Rubino.
I'm Bobby.
Hi, Bobby.
Just Bobby. Tell us what you're here for.
All right. So we are here to do requirement number 5 of the Communications Merit Badge, which is an ELA required merit badge. I don't remember exactly what it says, but it says something like attend a public meeting, listen actively, and to record notes objectively about different opinions expressed at the meeting.
Fantastic. So it's online, so you don't have to record anything. We're recording it for you. We provide that as a service here. So what do you think so far?
I think we've got some pretty good opinions.
You haven't seen anything yet.
I think that's code for I want to go home. But
let me get a picture of you guys. All right, here we go. Everybody, look at me and smile. Come on. 1, 2, 3. All right. making sure that they know you were here. Thanks for coming,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
I'd like to, if it's okay, just one
No,
thing I
David.
forgot. No? Okay.
Go on.
Well, I'm not into fluoride yet. With respect to the gentleman from Mohegan, you did mention the Lee Boulevard of Route 6. Were you speaking about the traffic light? Because I've already been in touch with the DOT regarding those stupid arrows that are no longer visible in the lanes that come out to Route 6. Yeah, please. Sorry. I just broke protocol.
We just told Charlie that.
I'm talking about the traffic signals themselves, not
Okay.
actually on the street.
Okay.
It just turns green. And
Right.
If you didn't know, the opposing traffic would have the right of way. It should be green arrows turning.
Agreed. We'll bring that up to the DOT.
Every time I go through there, I say the same thing. Well, this is wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Been a long time since I've been over there.
Yes, I know that. Very long time.
11 years.
All right.
Just one quick thing to hopefully put this ethics thing to bed. I think what the ethics board suggested and what's in the law, since ethics is a perception, it's a perception, is that if a board member, whether it's a town board, planning board, and one of the advisory boards, if there's a business relationship or a relationship that goes more than just being a friend, you just acknowledge it. You don't necessarily have to even recuse yourself, but just acknowledge that there's a relationship. Some people may have known that where you had your office. Many people did not know. So all it had to be said is, I want to let you know that when Mr. Grace is here, that that's all. No one is accusing you, and no one was accusing you, Supervisor Lachtaman, of a conflict of interest, but it was just an acknowledgement of a relationship, a professional relationship that transcended a normal
Questions
friend.
that we got from the examiner, it was not so ethical.
Yeah.
Let's just say.
All right.
Okay.
There were implications in that other
Yes,
conversation.
but I hear what you're saying. I hear you.
It's just acknowledging something.
Yep.
That
I hear
that I think is the key.
Right.
Thanks, Susan. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I
And
do-
that's what the ethics did say.
And I just think, that, and maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I just think reporters are supposed to do the research and do what they're supposed to do. And sometimes that
They were told me that
falls by the wayside.
But
All
they
right.
told me that they tried to, but whoever wanted the article in would not let out. That's what they told me.
All right. So we are going to move on. We have some appointments.
Okay, let's do it.
Reappoint Christopher Taormina as a member of the Advisory Board on Architectural and Community Appearance.
Thanks for staying, Chris.
We are going to reappoint Sean Connolly as a member of ABACA. We're going to reappoint Sonia Idelson as a member of ABACA. We're going to reappoint Tim McQuestion as a member of ABACA. And we are going to accept the resignation received from Timothy Kolkman from the Yorktown Police Department effective October 10th, 2024. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We are going to move on to public hearings, and I'm going to repeat this after these traffic ones finish, but please remember that our job in a public hearing is to hear all sides of the public's opinion. Please do not make any comments out of the audience. Have the same respect that you would like. And I will also ask the board the same to save comments to the end and make sure that we are showing everyone the respect as they get up there. Okay, we have our notice. Proposed local law to amend Chapter 275 of the Code of Town of Yorktown entitled Vehicle and Traffic regarding a restricted left turn. Mr. Paganelli, you want to just explain real quick?
Sure. So this is the upper commuter lot at Downing Fields, also adjacent to the high school parking lot. This is as you're coming out to Route 202, no left turn. You're crossing too many lanes of traffic, doing 50 miles an hour. It's proven to be extremely dangerous, and we feel that a no left turn coming out of that parking lot for not only just for the high school students, but also for our commuters who are parking there. It would be an extremely much safer scenario. So if anyone would like to speak to that, I guess you're supposed to say that. Sorry.
That's okay, Dave. I'm glad it's coming back to you.
Slowly but surely.
Dan Strauss. I just wanted to comment that Mr. Paganelli does a great job in what he does and his staff. I think this should have been done years ago. Absolutely years ago. No reason not to do it. If it saves accidents, lives, out, no question about it. Cut and dry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Any other public comment?
I think it's a go.
Howard Gould. I just want to agree totally with Dan Strauss and compliment Dave Paganelli. I remembered your name this time. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the no left turn?
Let's pass it.
Okay, motion to close the public hearing.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I will also give a special thank you to our superintendent of schools. He's the one who realized the amount of traffic coming out of there with an observation of the amount of the kids now that they utilize that lot because they ran out of parking at the school itself. And, you know, Dr. Hatter had a meeting with myself and the chief of police about a few items, and that's one of the things. And then I will also give kudos to Dave because he jumped the gun, but rightfully so. And the signs are already in place. So I will look for a motion to pass.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
Let's get it done.
So we are now going to open a public hearing on proposed local law to amend Chapter 275 of the Code of the Town of Yorktown entitled Vehicles and Traffic regarding no parking. I see my notice to the right. This is to consider amending Chapter 275 for the following: Cooper Street, both sides, for 200 feet from the intersection with East Main Street. Haymaker Drive, north side from its intersection with Ridge Street to the end, and the north side of Veterans Road from Maple Hill Street to Greenwood Street from November 15th through April 1st. So that's amending the no parking that's currently there to just do it seasonally for snow removal, correct?
Yes.
All right. Would anyone care to talk on this?
Yeah, just one question about the one on Veterans Road to Greenwood. Is there no parking there there's no parking there all year round, all the way?
No. Currently, there is parking allowed on the north side. The south side, which is where the health club is somewhat restricted. Right? That's not such an issue. That actually was something that came to pass before I was at Highway 11 years ago. And it continued until we took down the no parking signs there.
But on the other side from the old Club Solaris.
Correct.
Right now.
Yes.
What is the parking regulation?
It's no parking for 75 feet in from the culvert that was done a few years back, and it's no parking from the intersection with Maple Hill 100 feet in, going down towards the doctor's offices.
Okay, so you are aware that occasionally the no parking signs get taken down?
Yes.
Okay. So I know that you want no parking during the winter all the way. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's a great idea. And I also would mention that someone should besides me, should keep an eye out that no one takes the signs down, because they do. Then the trucks can't get through.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We notice when it's down. Dave.
How you doing? Martin McGannon from, lived near Yorktown 58 years, 59 years. I actually disagree with Mr. Pagnelli and Dan Strauss. There should be no parking year-round. Drive a piece of fire apparatus through there during the times when it's busy. It's extremely dangerous. Should be parking all year round. None. Personally, on both sides.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Any other public comment? Motion to close public comment.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Dave, how wide is the road there?
I would ask at this point if we could shelve this for the time being, because my assistant Ann had also expressed some concern with respect to getting ambulances through there. So until I could measure it, make sure there's cars on both sides, get one of my trucks, and perhaps the commissioner of the fire department, Martin, could get one of his trucks, and we can make sure that we have passage on both sides of that road.
I would prefer that.
All right. So we will motion to, do I need a motion to adjourn? I close.
Closing it or adjourning?
I-
If you close it, you can modify the law as long as it's not significant.
Right. Well, or we could strike it down.
Or you can adjourn it, or you can.
Yeah, we could strike it down. So that we,
Can we pass the other two parts in the resolution?
No, you would have
Why?
to pass the whole law. You'd
But
have
there are
to take
laws
it
for
out.
that one road. There are 3 roads that are in the resolution, 3
Could
separate
we
entities.
pass?
You would have to modify the law to do that, and then you'd have to go again. And
So
do it
can we
over
pass the
again.
resolution
That's what I'm
with
saying.
the,
Can we pass
with
it
the
with the-
anticipation of removing
Yeah.
that sentence from it? Right?
Ask your town attorney if you can just remove that.
That's what
Can
I
we
would
do
do.
that?
I would just remove the sentence.
You'll just rewrite the law? Because this has been over a year, so I'm not prepared to wait
No, I
any
agree.
longer.
Just take out that
so,
last one.
so can I have a motion, please listen, to amend 275 the Code of Traffic regarding no parking on Cooper Street, both sides, for 200 feet from its intersection with East Main Street, and for Haymaker Drive, north side, from its intersection with Ridge Street to the end.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we will,
And
those,
then we'll
those
wait
there.
for your stuff, Dan.
Yep, and we may have to re-advertise that, though.
That's okay.
So, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have a proposed local law to amend Chapter 275 Code of the Town of Yorktown entitled Vehicles and Traffic regarding the addition of the following full stops. Springhurst Street at its intersection with South Deerfield. Strawberry Road at its intersection with Foothill Street, creating a 3-way stop. Okay. Mountain Road, southwest corner of Mountain Road where it intersects with Perry Street. Spruce Street and its intersection with Judy Road. Ellen Lane at its intersection with Sherry Drive, creating a 4-way stop. And East Main southeast corner to create a 3-way stop.
Southeast corner was at what?
So the southeast corner is when you're coming down East Main Street in Shrub Oak, past, and you're getting towards the liquor store. You can either go right or you can go left. Okay? There's a stop sign coming from the funeral home there. There's a stop sign coming
From 132.
132 actually cuts over, but yeah, 132 for all intent and purpose. But nobody knows when the people are coming down the road whether they're going to go straight or they're going to go to the left. So when you're at either of those stop signs, particularly the one on the right side of the liquor store, as you're coming out and somebody's making a left turn in front of you, they don't signal and you don't know that's happening. So this was just, it's a wide intersection, it's a big mouth, and I think we just need to tighten it up a bit.
Very good. So open for public comment.
Cindy Rubino, I live on East Main Street, and I hate that stop sign idea. I'm concerned about the Sunnyside Road because that's already a cut through. People park on either side of that road. It's dangerous. More people are going to cut through there. And if you're going to put a stop sign there, please have police sitting in that parking lot because people are going to not know it's there. They're going to blow through it. I watch people blow through the stop sign at Stony Street all the time. I see people blow through the stop sign, not the one that's always been there at the liquor store, but on the other side. It's East Main Street's a nightmare. It's a nightmare in front of admin building. It's a nightmare in front of the library. At that corner, people like fly through. We've asked to have traffic studies done on that corner because there's constantly cars landing in my neighbor's front yard. But I hate that stop sign idea. But thank you for paving and getting rid of the crater in front of my house. I appreciate that.
Anyone else with comment? Dave, what type of study?
So Giovanni Mastracchio again. Actually, one of the intersections I actually know because that's where we take the boys to Scouts is, you know, as my wife corrected me, the Methodist church across from the public library. Apologize to if anybody here is from that church. So I think while I understand the need for something safer there, as a newcomer to Yorktown and just driving down that road for like the past 2-3 years, to me the confusion is that when I'm at the stop sign going towards the library, yes, I don't know whether people are turning left or going straight, but when I'm driving back, going toward the Taconic, I think the confusion is that I'm not sure if the road itself goes straight or if the road itself curves to the left and I'm turning right. So I think that's part of the confusion. And if there was a way to make that clearer, perhaps the stop sign wouldn't be necessary, I don't know. But I think that's where a lot of the confusion comes from is people don't know that they're turning left. They think they're going straight. So why do I have to signal?
That is a good point. Because it is a little confusing over there.
It is an extremely wide intersection, okay? Very undelineated.
Yes.
All right? Unlike where you go past the funeral home and you hit Barger Street, okay? That, too, is a bit of a problem because everybody thinks the fog line on the right side is a turning lane. We've been dealing with that for years. So that being said, I understand that, but the failure to signal your intent, I understand the point that you could think you're coming down and swerving to the left to stay in the same road, theoretically, rather than going straight towards that entrance to the Taconic Parkway. I'm just very concerned about the size of that intersection not being so delineated. We're experiencing a similar situation on Mohegan Avenue right now, and the sign on South Deerfield actually is the same thing. We have people that think they can drive down a road, have a sight line that they can make a right turn, all right, without slowing down. Okay, that doesn't exist, even if the road goes like that. You can't just come out and make a right angle turn. You can't do it on Mohegan Avenue where it intersects at Sagamore. You can't do it on South Deerfield where it intersects with Springhurst. And unfortunately, because of speed being an issue in this town, we have to put up these stop signs to keep our residents safe because everybody speeds. That's
If you put up a stop sign, right? Some people don't stop, but predominantly, would you say that more often than not, people will obey the law?
When we put the two stop signs up on,
if we're looking for absolutes, I don't know if we'll ever get 100% of the people that are going to stop.
Well, when we put the two up
at
at Stony Street, we put two flashing stop signs up. When we were doing the introduction of those two signs, two cars, and there were two police cars in the parking lot, and two cars just whipped right past it. I would say this now. I go through that intersection at least a dozen times a day. All I do is drive. And I would say I've never seen a person go through those stops. I'm not saying that the person who lives there has not seen it, but
Yeah, she says they're all on her neighbor's lawn.
yeah. Yes, yeah.
I'm
That is,
kidding.
and they've hit the
kidding, I know.
gazebo twice. And there was a
That's her-
proposal at one point for stop signs there, which would slow the traffic down on East Main Street, because we all know East Main Street's a nightmare traffic-wise, particularly that hard corner by the deli. And people don't slow down, even though there's a sign that says 15 miles an hour, they don't slow down. But that sort of, unfortunately, went by the wayside. because there was not a lot of enthusiasm for it while I supported that particular solution to the traffic there. Look, I can try. I'm sorry, were you going to speak to this?
Yes.
So go ahead, please
Not
do. I'm
why
sorry.
I'm here, but my name is Zamira Kutra, and I was hearing the conversation, but perhaps maybe a roundabout in that intersection can be a solution, possibly.
Not big enough.
Yeah.
But that is a great idea.
Yeah, not big
Roundabouts
enough.
work very well.
Have you guys looked into it?
It's not wide enough.
It's awkwardly
We can't
wide
put-
for what's there, but not wide enough for a successful.
Right, we can't put one out here on 118.
Yeah,
that
not even
can
here we can
entertain
do
as
it.
well.
Okay.
That's great.
Okay.
Yeah. That is a great suggestion.
Yes.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
A short-term option. Here's my concern. My concern is if somebody gets killed at that intersection, nobody in this room is going to be in that courtroom but me, all by myself. All right, and I'm going to be accused of. Right, you'll be with me. I'm going to be accused of, Mr. Paganelli, did you or did you not propose a stop sign for this location? Did or did not this person have a life-threatening accident based on your decision? You know what? I will always decide on the side of caution. Always. And whether it's popular or not popular, I can't be sitting in court again. You know, it's happened too many times with respect to different things in town, and I don't want to be that guy.
Dave, I actually agree wholeheartedly. Look, if we have the chance, if 9 out of 10 people stop for it, that's definitely an improvement. And I know, unfortunately, we have people that don't know how to drive. I driving this weekend twice. Once on 202 over by Garden. Someone literally waited for me to be on top of them to pull out right in front of me. I slammed on the brakes so hard, Carol hit the dashboard. Same thing happened on Route 100. Someone decided to turn on Sunday. I had my bus. Someone decided to turn literally right in front of me with a commercial vehicle to get onto the Taconic. And everything on the bus just went forward because I had to slam on the brakes that hard again. Some people should just go back to driving school, but the fact that it is something that can help with that, I understand it might not be the perfect solution. Maybe the self-driving cars that Elon Musk was talking about will be the solution down the road, but I definitely think that anything we can do to improve it is an improvement, and to err on the side of caution is my big thing as well, as you and I have discussed. So with that, any other public comment? Motion to close public
Motion.
hearing?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And then a motion to adopt.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So as I said, I would repeat this. Our job here is to listen to people during our public hearing here. Please keep comments to the microphone directed to the town board. This is not a back and forth. We have to get a lot of information in a short amount of time, and we would really appreciate civility in this matter. I know it's something that there are a lot of emotions with, but let's please try to do our best and keep it where it needs to be. So I propose local law to amend Chapter 280 entitled Water Fluoridation by replacing Section 281 with the following language. The town board may establish by resolution whether and how the public water supply of the town of Yorktown shall be fluoridated. Such fluoridation must be consistent with applicable laws and regulations. We will take notes, answer at the end, so we could move people along so they could have their say. There is no time limit, but please keep your thoughts concise, and if you agree with something someone else said, please point to that rather than repeat if you don't mind. All right? Our notice is right here.
These are the comments we use.
Let me just review some of the comments. Actually, I was asked by the supervisor of the town of Somers to read this in. The decision by the town of Yorktown to exclude fluoride from public drinking water shows a dedication to respecting residents' health choices and ensuring transparency in public health practices. While fluoride has been used in many communities to promote dental health, concerns about potential overexposure, possible health risks, and the ethical issue of medicating public water without individual consent have increased. Yorktown's decision has enabled its residents and the residents of Somers to make personal decisions about fluoride use through individual dental products and treatments while still providing clean, safe public water for all. Best Robert G. Scarano, Somers Town Supervisor. I am going to go through some of this. The New York State Department of Health sent a letter with Home Rule Section 10.1 talking about our continuing to adhere to all the notice and hearing requirements of Public Health Law 1100-A Section 3. We did send a letter to the Board of Health. They did not respond to myself or our town attorney, but sent this in as comment. I will refer to our attorneys. And that was a copy of the law provided by, okay. We have, this is County Planning Board, no comment, not jurisdictional to them. We have Anna Scretching Cole, thanking us for her dedication, prior engagement, unable to attend. Let's see. Sorry, we're trying to get to the our fear with the potential fluoridation of Yorktown's water, that we'll have no way of knowing if our oldest is getting exactly what she needs. She had an issue with the amount of fluoride that was being presented to her daughter in different ways. As a parent, my number one job is to make sure my children are safe. If Yorktown moves forward with adding fluoride to the water, I will be unable to do my number one job as a parent. Completely understands both sides of the argument, but knowing what I know and having two very different girls, I can see how water fluoridation is not the best solution for all. And she is against the fluoridation. This is Kathleen Costello, who is in favor of fluoridation, she comments about when did we stop believing scientists and basing our decision on one judge in California. There were many scientists and scientific research projects done. There's science on both sides of the board.
Can we just have her comments, not without the editorializing?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
Thank you. She is in favor of the fluoridation. This is from, that's in there already,
Rob,
that's
yeah.
Rob, yep. Fluoridation pause from Sheila.
Schreier, I think?
Yep, she is also in favor of the fluoridation. And that is it for these comments. Okay, we'll open for public comment. Please introduce yourself as you approach the mic.
Good evening, Jake Hopstein. Whether or not to fluoridate or continue the fluoridation of Yorktown's public water supply has been a bone of contention for many years. There are numerous studies and opinions concerning the safety and/or side effects of fluoridation. From what I have read, the 0.7 milligrams of fluoride per liter of water appears to be safe. However, I have seen no data concerning actually ingested fluoridated water. For example, athletes, construction workers, people engaged in vigorous or outdoor summer activities ingest more water and thus more fluoride than if the fluoridated water is ingested by office workers. It should be noted that warnings exist on toothpastes, mouthwashes, and dental rinses that contain fluoride. These warnings state, do not swallow. If more is used for brushing and accidentally swallowed, get medical help or contact a poison control center right away. When all is said and done, caution should be the byword of the day. Some people have asked if I am an anti-vaccine person. I am not. I take those vaccines recommended by my physicians, such as influenza, COVID, shingles, pneumonia, etc. As to some of the studies concerning fluoride, I do acknowledge that I have a personal bias. As far as the studies by the EPA, as well as the various New York health departments are concerned, I take them with heavy grains of salt. These are the same agencies that told us that the air in Lower Manhattan was safe to breathe after the attack of 11 September 2001.
Amen.
Thank you, Jay.
Good evening. My name is Zamira Kutra. I am a concerned mother of 3 children in Yorktown Heights School District. My family chose to move here because we value clean, fluoride-free water, which was a big factor in deciding where to raise our kids in this community. I strongly urge you to reconsider adding fluoride to our water system for several reasons. Recent studies show real concerns about fluoride. A 2019 study published in JAMA Pediatrics found that children exposed to higher levels of fluoride in drinking water had lower IQ scores. Another study in 2020 from Environmental Health Perspectives also linked fluoride to lower cognitive abilities in kids. As a mother, this deeply concerns me. Additionally, there is growing concern about fluoride's effect on the pineal gland, a small gland in the brain that helps regulate sleep through melatonin production. A 1997 study by Dr. Jennifer Luke found that fluoride can accumulate in the pineal gland, potentially leading to calcification. This may disrupt melatonin production, which affects sleep and possibly other developmental processes like puberty. This raises serious questions about how fluoride could impact our children's brains over time, as well as our own. What concerns me even more is that the fluoride used in water systems often comes from industrial waste, like fluorosilicic acid, a byproduct of the phosphate fertilizer industry. This isn't pharmaceutical grade fluoride. It's a lower grade byproduct that raises concerns about what we are putting into our water. Fluoridating the water forces everyone to consume it, regardless of personal preference or health needs. Adding it to our drinking water increases the risk of overexposure, especially for young children. People drink different amounts of water. Children, athletes, and those with medical conditions could end up getting more fluoride than is safe for them. If somebody wants fluoride, they can easily get it through toothpaste or even add it to their own water, and as much as they want. Fluoridation is a form of forced medication, and residents don't have the choice to opt out. This lack of consent is a serious ethical concern. People deserve the right to make their own decisions about their health. Cities across the U.S. are rethinking fluoridation. Portland, Oregon, one of the largest cities in the country, voted against fluoridation in its water for these same concerns as I just mentioned. Other communities are starting to question whether fluoridation is really necessary and are following in their footsteps. We've done just fine without fluoride in our water. Why change something that has worked for so long? Families like mine moved here for clean, fluoride-free water, and it is a key part of what makes Yorktown Heights so special for raising children and our families. I hope you guys reconsider. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Olympia Gochi. That was my wonderful sister Zamira, and we're both here today not supporting fluoride, as you can tell. So I've been a resident, and so has my sister, since 2022. I want to thank you again for holding this meeting and allowing the residents of Yorktown to voice their perspectives on this crucial matter. I'm here tonight, of course, alongside my sister as a concerned mother. Both of my daughters are part of the Yorktown School District, and we have chosen to remain here in Yorktown because we absolutely love this community. Again, I've been here since 2022, and I don't see myself moving out of this place. Tonight, I want to discuss the dangers of fluoride in water. While water fluoridation is widely supported by health organizations for its benefits in reducing dental cavities, there are obviously growing concerns that many people are discussing about the health risks associated with excessive fluoride exposure. As my sister just mentioned, it's important to recognize that fluoride added to our water supply comes from byproducts of phosphate fertilizer production. This raises serious safety and ethical concerns about using these byproducts in our public water supply, and that goes obviously into our bodies. Most recently, the National Toxicology Program, part of the National Institutes of Health, released a comprehensive study linking high levels of fluoride with lower IQs in children, which we also discussed during the last meeting last month. They define high as 1.5 milligrams per liter or more. So the CDC recommends that the U.S. community water supply contains about 0.7 milligrams per liter, which one of the other gentlemen also expressed, which, while appearing safe, which he also noted, does not actually account for how much water children, pregnant women, or athletes may consume daily. For instance, in 1 liter of water equals 4 cups, and we are advised to drink at least 8 cups of water a day, so many individuals could already be exceeding the acceptable fluoride consumption limit. In addition to this, while fluoride aims to prevent cavities, it can also lead to dental fluorosis, which is something that my other sister also mentioned during last month's meeting, and her name is Vlora Botai. She mentioned her concerns about this because her daughter exhibited signs of dental fluorosis, and during a recent dental visit last week, the dentist could not provide a clear explanation for its cause, even though she asked for one. Moreover, the CDC has reported an increase in dental fluorosis among children since the introduction of water fluoridation, highlighting the risks of excessive fluoride consumption, particularly during crucial periods of tooth development. Finally, I think most importantly, at least in my opinion, there are ethical concerns regarding water fluoridation. It's administered without individual consent, meaning residents do not have a choice to opt out. This can be especially problematic for those who may be sensitive to fluoride or who oppose its use on principle. For those who believe in the benefits of fluoride, as previously mentioned, alternatives such as toothpaste, mouthwash, and even professional dental treatments are readily available with fluoride. So In summary, while the intention behind fluoridation is to promote dental health, it is crucial to consider the potential health risks and ethical implications involved. The evidence suggests that excessive fluoride exposure can have harmful effects, particularly for vulnerable populations such as children, and I urge the community and decision makers to carefully weigh these factors as we discuss the future of our water supply. I thank you very much for your attention on this important issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Lieberman. Before I refer to the scientific evidence in favor of fluoride in our drinking water, I would like to point out that I, and perhaps a majority of the people attending this meeting, have grown up with fluoride in our drinking water. I grew up in the city, and fluoridation was citywide as of 1965. In other areas of America, fluoridation began in 1945. I know it contributed to a reduction of my annual cavities. I don't believe it affected my IQ, although I might not be smart enough to know that. I also don't believe it affected my health in any other way, as I am now bringing up the average life expectancy of all Americans. Now to the science. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, we all have bacteria in our mouth that combines with sugars from foods and drinks to make acid. The acid harms the outer layer of the tooth, called the enamel. Fluoride protects teeth from being damaged by the acid and helps rebuild tooth enamel. That is why most of America adds fluoride to the tap water. According to the National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research, which is the federal government's lead agency for scientific research on dental, oral, and craniofacial health and disease, fluoride continues to be the dental science's main weapon in the battle against tooth decay. Water fluoridation projects currently benefit over 200 million Americans. And I would personally add, are the other 100 millions smarter than those 200? According to the CDC, that while hygiene products can help reduce tooth decay, the greatest protection comes when they are used in tandem with fluoridated water. Jennifer Meyer is a public health researcher in Juneau, Alaska, and she did a before and after fluoride study for children under the age of 6. When the water was fluoridated, kids had on average 1.5 cavities per year. After fluoride was removed, that went up to 2.5 cavities a year. That is significant. Community Dentistry and Oral Epidemiology, published in July 2021, our findings are consistent with an adverse impact of fluoridation cessation on children's dental health in Calgary, and point to the need for universal publicly funded prevention activities, including but not limited to fluoridation. So the purpose of this public hearing is whether people should be in charge of their own health. In this specific case, it's with regard to fluoride. I am fully in favor of people being in charge of their own health for all matters of health that do not endanger others, and where families have enough information to make these decisions knowingly. I don't see that consistency with the majority of the town board for all health decisions. If you are going to take positions on health, please be consistent.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elise, and I'm here as a representative of the town of Somers. And I'm here to ask that you please permanently end the water fluoridation program. The first time I had a fluoride treatment as a kid, I accidentally let my tongue go up there and taste it, and I ended up puking the whole rest of the night. So I'll just say fluoride is toxic. The first rule of medicine is do no harm. The toxic chemical byproduct waste scraped from the floor of industrial factories that often contains trace elements of arsenic have no place in our drinking water. This toxic chemical waste is not a solution for obtaining real health. Where there is risk, there must be choice. We want the freedom to choose what goes into our bodies and the freedom to choose not to be mass pharmaceutically or chemically medicated. There is no one-size-fits-all prescription. Everyone is different. We all have different abilities to detoxify and different genetic predispositions. The science is clear. Fluoride is linked to a range of health issues, not just lowering IQ. This includes dental and skeletal fluorosis, osteoporosis, gastrointestinal issues, hormone disruption, hypothyroidism, arthritis, kidney and liver disease. Where there is risk, there must be choice. There are plenty of ways for the public to opt to use fluoride. It simply makes no sense to mass medicate. Let us also remember, public policy often lags years behind science. Since 1962, the safe fluoride ingestion level has dropped by 40%. Yet, not a single apology has been issued for claims of safety that stood uncontested for 40 years. Remember the tobacco industry? Doctors were featured in ads promoting cigarettes, claiming they were safe, even beneficial. The tobacco industry worked to discredit risks, delay regulations, and maintain public trust by enlisting trusted authority figures. It took decades of public health advocacy to shift the mindset and acknowledge that cigarettes cause lung cancer. The same is true in medicine and surgery. Hand sanitation was mocked and rejected for decades before it became standard practice. New science often meets resistance. This is a reminder that we must err on the side of safety, even when we are discredited by stubborn naysayers, and have the courage to question long-standing practices. This is not a time to gamble with our health or our children. We live in a world inundated with toxic chemicals and chronic disease. We need to clean up these chemicals and focus on healing our planet and our people. Our beautiful, clean reservoir is a treasure, and it should be treated as such. I'm here to demand the freedom to choose what goes into my body. No more poisonous toxins and chemicals. Let's start cultivating real health. Weston Price, a doctor and researcher from over 100 years, studied native cultures, and we have known that processed foods, sugars, and grains are the cause of dental decay. This is the real science. If you want healthy teeth, you need to get rid of processed foods and eat a nutrient-dense diet. For the record, the IAOMT, the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology, is against the use of any fluoride. I propose we take the money that was slated for these chemicals and support local farms to provide our schools with more nutrient-dense foods. Let's teach and provide our children with real health, not chemical substitutes with downstream consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. She's a holistic doctor.
I'll just make it a little short. Holly
Hi,
Davis. Hi. I just wanted to read something from the Child Health Defense, which is something that we should all be looking at as a resource. There is now no question that fluoride is a neurotoxic, damaging the brain and central nervous system, as documented by hundreds of studies. It cannot be declared safe. So with that said, I just think that we should have the freedom to choose. And if people do want fluoride in their water, there's ways that we can give that. Are we going to say that if we fluoride the water, that the people that choose not to have it because of health reasons, are we going to get a $3,000? Are we going to get that when we put a system in our home to make us safe? And nobody has talked about, everyone talks about your teeth, but it's in your body now. Now, instead, you're drinking, you're making your food with it, unless you're going to use bottled water all the time. You're cooking with it, and it's in your food. When you take a shower, it seeps through your pores. I thought it was just good for teeth. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Holly.
Good evening. My name is Shelley Reed. I'm from Regan Lake. Just want to say that I'm a liberal arts major, and when I went to college, I took one chemistry class, and I remember one thing. My chemistry teacher, professor, stood up in front of the class, and he said, the definition of poison for a chemist is too much. And I'm frustrated the demonization of an element that, yeah, enough of it will cause harm. Salt, same thing. Water, the same thing. Too much of it will hurt you, but you need it. Iron, the same thing. So I'd like to ask to dial back the demonization of an element that is useful at a certain level, and health authorities have assured us that that level is there. I had fluoridization in my water where I grew up. I don't feel bad. Yeah, that's a statistic of 1, so I understand scientifically, but we see evidence all around us that it's not the demon that some people claim it is. I would also like to know, I think I understand from your remarks before this debate that you have not heard back from the health department, but I would like to hear a follow-up about the $940,000 that was given to us to put fluoridization in. What happens to that obligation if you discontinue fluoridization? The final remark is people keep saying you can buy fluoride supplements. You have access to fluoride supplements. You can get healthy food. The people that fluoridization helps the most are the underserved, the economically challenged, the people who don't necessarily have the opportunity, the extra money in their pockets to get these extra things. So it's a public health good to put fluoride in the water for all people at a safe level. So I encourage you to keep the fluoride in. Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Robin Fryman, Yorktown Heights. I feel like first-time caller, long-time listener. I am going to piggyback on what Mark said and what Shelley said. Grew up in the city, fluoridated water. It didn't affect me. My kids grew up here. It didn't affect them. They did very well. This is a very big public health problem. Most of our underserved, Shelley said, tooth decay is one of the most common chronic diseases for the underserved, for the children who fall below the federal poverty level. They will miss school. They will lack of concentration. They will be they will be in pain. They will have a poor appearance then. They don't want to go to school. So of course this will lower their intelligence if they miss a lot of school. But with the fluoridation, with what's going on in this town, it's almost like banned books. We could restrict what books our children want to read, but it's not our right to restrict what everybody else reads. It's the same thing with fluoridation. We should fluoride the water. If you don't want it, you could get like a reverse osmosis filter, which is only about $300, put it in your house.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Okay, I stand corrected on the price.
Please.
Guys, come on.
Maybe I read older material about the filters, but it's not everyone's right to take. It's not your right to take away my right to have fluoridated water and for other kids and other people in this community. So I would like to propose that we keep the fluoridation of the water or restore it. Thank you.
So honestly, I think I've heard some pretty good arguments on both sides.
He's got to state your name.
I'm sorry. My name is Eric Mastracchio, and I think I've heard some pretty good arguments on both sides. But my personal opinion is that health effects of fluoride aside, I think it should be our decision whether or not we want fluoride in our water. That's all.
Hello, my name is Howard Gould, and there's good points on both sides. I agree with that. I personally think there's other ways to get fluoride, and I would stick with that. I was just looking, and I know I'm swaying a little bit from the subject, but how many people know in 1897, dentists were the ones who created cotton candy in order to create... Well, you get the idea of what I'm trying to say. So I'm coming up, and I don't want to get into it because I don't want to waste time because we don't want to be at the 2 a.m. But you get the point. I think it's like medication. Doctors start medication when they give medication at low dosages, and then they increase it as per person. You don't want to throw what is it, 7.0 is the fluoridation?
0.07.
What?
0.07.
0.07. So I think it should be done by the dentist and given as a prescription, and that's how it should be done. That's my opinion, and I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Howard.
Good evening. Durait Sahone, Doctor of Dental Surgery, a practicing dentist for the last 32 years in Westchester County. I'm also an educator at a dental school, Dora College of Dental Medicine down the street, and also the president of the 9th District Dental Association, which represents 5 counties, Dutchess County, Putnam, Westchester, Rockland, and Orange County. So, of course, I speak in favor of fluoridation in our drinking water. I know the resolution tonight is actually to amend Chapter 280, which is allow the town board to have the power to decide if they're going to add fluoride or not fluoride. Am I right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I really greatly respect for those people who feel anti-fluoridated in the drinking water. I know the resolution today you're going to vote on is just, do we have the power to do that resolution, to have the power to put water or no water? A lot of people spoke tonight about anti-fluoridation, which I highly respect these people, and I understand that. But I don't know if they realize the hearings about, do you want to give the power for the board of the town board to do that? Or do you want it to put on a referendum for the community to decide which way you want to go? We could fill this room tonight with a lot of anti-fluoridation. We could have another hearing next week, and I'll get you another room full of pro-fluoride in our drinking water. Anyway, so I want to speak on, of course, in favor of keeping the fluoridation in our drinking water. Optimally fluoridated water should be accessible to communities regardless of socioeconomic status, education, or other social variables. Even in an era with widespread availability of fluoride from various sources, many studies show that community water fluoridation prevents at least 25% of tooth decay in children and adults throughout their lifespan. The scientific weight of sound evidence around the benefit of community water fluoridation is clear and compelling. The American Dental Association, we have over 230,000 dentists across the country. We have about 2,800 dentists in our 9th district, which I think probably 99% of those dentists are pro-fluoride in our water. So anyway, the American Dental Association continues to endorse fluoridation as a beneficial to oral health. The American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention continue to endorse the practice. I will be citing information on the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention's website, which states, water fluoridation and fluoride toothpaste work together to help prevent tooth decay and offer more protection against decay than using either one alone. Fluoridated water keep at a low level of fluoride in the mouth throughout the day, while fluoride toothpaste delivers higher concentration at important times of the day, such as bedtime. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention currently recommends for optimal level of community water fluoridation of 0.7 milligrams per liter, which is much too low to have any effects on IQ. We hear that a lot about IQ. The CDC named community water fluoridation as one of the 10 great public health achievements of the 20th century, and that for more than 75 years, scientific evidence has pointed to fluoridation as safe and effective. The implementation of cessation of community water fluoridation requires careful consideration in the broader context of a population's oral health, diet, and consumption of tap water, movement or migration, and availability of uptake of the other caries or cavities prevention strategies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisor Lachterman, members of the council. Thank you for allowing us to have this discussion this evening. I'm Dr. Robert Amler. I'm Vice President and Dean at New York Medical College here in Westchester. I'm a public health physician, environmental epidemiologist, and board-certified pediatrician with the Children's Environmental Health Center of the Hudson Valley. Before coming to New York, you should know I worked for many years at the CDC in Atlanta, where I became the Chief Medical Officer for the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. That's a branch of the CDC where I worked for many years with the EPA to study the health effects of fluoride and dozens of other chemicals and substances in cities and towns across all 50 states. I'm not here to give opinion, but simply to give you some simple facts about fluoride in public drinking water. First, low fluoride in drinking water helps prevent tooth decay, while much higher fluoride can damage teeth and bones. It's the dose that makes the difference between benefit and harm. It's the dose. The protective dose is up to 1 milligram per liter. Most say 0.7, but up to 1 milligram is allowed, give or take a small percent. That's the same 1 milligram per liter is mathematically the same as 1 part per million. 1 part per million is 1 inch in 16 miles. 1 part per million is a very, very small quantity. Now, that's a low quantity, but toxic effects from fluoride on teeth and bones begin at much higher amounts than that. Some remote populations have this in their natural water supply, and that is a problem. But no fluoride in community water ever gets near that range. The article that was discussed by the California judge in question was authored by Dr. Kumar of the California Department of Public Health. He led a team that reviewed 31 separate studies systematically to look for any connection between fluoride and children's IQ scores. Those 31 studies, together and separately, found no drop in IQ in communities receiving standard fluoride. Similarly, no drop in IQ was found in those remote areas with high fluoride naturally, those remote areas which were in parts of China, Iran, and India. Communities and areas very different from what we encounter commonly in this part of North America. Dr. Kumar concluded, and we can all read his study, he concluded that these remote populations should be studied further. But meanwhile, there is no biological or medical evidence that fluoride affects brain development. Based on the factual evidence, taking protective levels of fluoride out of Yorktown's public water is a mistake and is not justified by the evidence. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Elmer?
Hello, Town Board. Larry Killian, Yorktown Heights. I know you have a hard job. And I know, Ed, when you made that decision to stop the fluoride, you did that for a genuine concern with the health of the kids in Yorktown. Respectfully, I would like to provide some arguments that would encourage you to reverse that decision. So I haven't mentioned my professional qualifications, but they might be relevant here. I have a PhD in educational research from the Graduate University Center, City University, with a specialization in learning and instruction. I headed the research and an evaluation officer of the White Plains Schools for 28 years. And after I retired in 2009, I worked for them for an additional 10 years. I've taught graduate research methods at Hunter College and the College of New Rochelle. I've served as a peer reviewer for the journal Educational Measurement and as a peer reviewer for the annual conference of the National Council of Measurement and Education. I've done research on the nonverbal section of the Wechsler Intelligence Test and presented my findings at a conference in Toronto. I also have a master's in psychology from the New School, and I'm certified to administer intelligence tests. The most important part of that training is to know the limitations of what we think of as IQ. It is simply not a measure of capability or innate capacity to learn. It has changed little over the 100 years since they were first developed, and we do not yet have the capacity to measure somebody's potential. So why do educators have to take graduate level research courses? To be certified as an administrator in New York State, you have to pass a graduate level research methods course, because people who make decisions about research, which is certainly involved in education, they need to know some basic things. And why would White Plains pay me for my expertise in educational research for 38 years? It's very similar for you when you're making decisions to have a lawyer, a planning department, engineering, Dave at highway, and so forth, to help you make decisions, because research is so hard to understand. So, you've heard the comments about a meta-analysis, because this is all about research. And if research says that fluoride is dangerous, then we need to act on that. If, on the other hand, it's not, then obviously we should continue putting fluoride in water.
Fluoridation.
Thank you. So you've heard the term meta-analysis. That would be, you would take 1,000 or 2,000 studies. You would whittle them down by quality of research, bias, and so forth. And we have heard citation here in this legal brief of 33 studies which have governed that decision of the judge. So most of them are for India, China, Mexico, Iran, and they have higher fluoridation. Thank you. Fluoridation levels in their water. All right? But looking at the best of those studies, you have to make, you've heard one side and the other, that studies, but so you have to make that decision. So, if you had taken my course, how to do that?
Yeah, we'll pass that. Thank you.
So, that's one of the best studies that has been presented in favor of stopping putting fluoride in waters. Let me read you the last line of the story, and it's not on your handout, so you could look at me and listen. Fluoride exposure during infancy predicts diminished nonverbal intelligence in children. Why do they say predicts? If you're going to decide which research is better, you have to understand why they said predicts. Why didn't they say it results in? What's the difference? So they conclude, in the absence of any benefit from fluoride consumption in the first 6 months, if kids don't have teeth, they don't get any benefit from fluoride. It is prudent to limit fluoride exposure using non-fluoridated water or with water with lower fluoride content when you dilute the powdered formula. All right, so they're making a very specific recommendation. Excuse me. The recommendation is much less broad than your decision, because once you go past 6 months, you have to worry about the benefits. So, before we look at the data, because what I teach everybody in a research methods class is you have to look beyond the headline and look at the data. So if you could look for a second, here's the x-axis. If, as fluoride increases, IQ goes down, when you look at that scatter plot, and here in this study, there's 68 kids who did not who got the fluoride. You should see that regression line and the plots of those kids going down, right? So now look at the scatter plot on the second page of the handout. Look at the right side of the chart where it has the dots for kids who had high concentrations of fluoride and who didn't. If you counted them, you don't see any relationship. You don't see a regression line that goes like this. You see one that's horizontal. So, and if you did that for each section, you would find that there are more kids who have higher IQs above the median than lower. What's happening? Why did they use the word predict? Because their results do not confirm, are not in agreement with that regression analysis. If you look at all of those dots on the side of where there's no fluoride, their control group, the non-treatment group, it's much larger than the kids who got fluoride. So that, I don't expect you to understand that, but you got to look at you have to understand it though, to look at that scatter plot. There's no difference. So they did not say that fluoride results in. They're talking about a flawed analysis this, if I peer review this paper, it should not be published. So, what? So, who's qualified to make the judgments? All right? You could be, if you had some exposure in terms of knowledge. But there are people in our community, obstetricians, pediatricians, dentists, who do understand research, who do understand in a research study the difference between a prediction and a result, do understand correct procedures, and you should ask them when you're making your decisions. You're laughing, but it really is that you have to decide about the quality of research. The research that comes from those various cohorts, they come from groups of scientists who are looking for toxins. And if you look at the measures they're using IQ. It's a very, very limited measure. I presume that all of them have access because they're doing school-age children to achievement measures, like in New York, reading, writing, math, science. Those measures are much more predictive of later on achievement than an IQ measure. IQ measures are very time-consuming to administer, and they limit the number of subjects and make the studies much less useful. So I would conclude by saying, I'm one of 7 children. The 7 children had 17 children. Those 17 children, I lost count of how many grandchildren there are. I have 3. All of those have had fluoride for their whole life. But that's not the important thing, whether Sergio or I have had fluoride. The important thing is you have to evaluate 2 bodies of research, and you have to not laugh about that, but you have to look at how you will decide between those 2 bodies of research.
Larry, I'll just correct one thing. We were not laughing at the research and needing to do it. You were very condescending in saying that we do not have the knowledge, we do not have the understanding, we do not have the intelligence, and everyone in the audience was laughing at that. But
I will say, I don't think. Hold on, guys.
Stop.
I will say, hold on, Ed. I will say that your comments weren't meant to be that way, but they came across.
Oh, they sure were.
I specifically did not say you did not have the intelligence.
No,
I did not say that.
All
What
right.
I said is there is a body of knowledge that you need to make this decision. And
They don't have.
you can tell me when you make your comments if you have that knowledge and how or where you're going to get it to decide between these 2 bodies
that
of
is
research.
what we will do later, yes.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank God.
Dan Strauss. I'm going to go on a different tack. Let me get this straight. we're deciding tonight if you're going, you as a town board are going to make decisions regarding my health. Is that correct?
We'll answer at the end.
No, you don't have to answer. You can answer right
Ba-
now. That's
ba-
what
basically,
Basically,
on
that's what it is.
fluoridation, correct.
Okay, on fluoridation. Well, I don't. My opinion is that any town board should not be making any decision regarding someone's health.
So should we be mandated to put chemicals in our water?
I'm not, Miss Howitt.
No, I'm just
Miss
asking.
Howitt.
Oh, you just asked that we could respond to you, so I'm responding to you. You are saying I'm listening to both sides. Some people are saying that
I'm not
they don't
talk-
want me to decide their health, right? So what I'm saying is we can only decide if we can turn it on or off. That's what this is about.
That's correct.
That's it.
You've already turned it off. Okay, let me calm down.
Please.
I'm going to calm down.
Let him-
You, Mr. Lachterman,
Yes, sir.
you have talked, and the town board has talked for quite some time about a process. Everything is a process, and you are going to hear both sides.
Correct.
Correct.
Unilaterally, no, let me back up. About a month ago, we had a hearing here. It was not a public hearing. It was a discussion about fluoridation.
Correct.
It was a discussion by the town board. It was not a public discussion.
Go on down. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It was not a public discussion. It was a town board discussion.
Yes, it was.
About what was sent down by the health codes.
Let him.
It was about fluoridation.
Yes.
Correct. And the letter that we got from the health department. Oh, why do we walk in this?
I'm
That's what it
making
was about.
things very clear.
Let him
But
make his point.
explain what the discussion was.
Oh my goodness. Miss Howard, you're
It's
gonna
Mrs.
you're talking about respect?
Mr. Strauss. I'm just talking about the discussion that was held here was a discussion about the fluoridation due to the review of what we received from the health department. That's the discussion.
I understand.
That's
that.
all I'm saying.
It was a discussion by the town board. It was not a public discussion.
Correct.
During that public discussion, and according to you, Mr. Lachterman, you would hear both sides.
Correct.
But there weren't both sides during that discussion, which
That's
was
okay.
not a public discussion.
That's the both sides, Dan, was during courtesy of the floor. And today we're doing the public hearing.
I understand
both
that.
sides.
I fully understand that.
Let's let Dan finish, and then we'll respond after.
You can
Dan, go.
respond, then you can respond, sure.
Then
So
we'd
there
like to
is,
hear what you have to say.
He asked me a direct question.
We'd like to hear what you have to say, Dan. Go ahead.
I'm for fluoride in the water.
Okay.
There are plenty of people who are not. I respect that opinion. We are now talking about whether you're going to make a decision regarding the town's health, about my health, about my children's health, and about my grandkids' health who live in Yorktown. That does not belong, as far as I'm concerned, to a town board. Mr. Lachterman, you unilaterally stopped fluoridation. As far as I know, you did not follow the law. As far as I know. I've done some reading on this. I'm not coming up here just to say that I have all the reasons why I want fluoridation, and I respect those that do not want anything in there. They don't want it, and that's fine with me. You unilaterally stopped fluoridation. On what grounds? There you go. That's exactly what. On the grounds of what? Because
Excuse me, please.
You see.
Please.
That's what. on the grounds that a court decision was made by a federal judge in California who said there was no imminent danger to the health of people. No imminent danger. He said that, and he asked the EPA to go back and do some work. That's what he did. I read that decision today. So you unilaterally stopped the water fluoridation in Yorktown. As far as I know, you were supposed to give 90 days notice and also have some kind of public hearing. If you're following a process where you hear both sides, why didn't you have the public hearing that you're having tonight, if that has bearing on anything, and then make that decision, that unilateral decision? Why didn't you do that?
I will answer at the end.
Fine.
Which is
okay, that's fine. So, again, you are going to decide whether we're going to have water fluoridated going forward. That's what this meeting is about. And all of a sudden, all of the things that people have talked about, whether they're for them or against them, all of the knowledge and all this stuff, you're supposed to have that knowledge, just as the gentleman before me said. And you understand fully what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to have all of that knowledge, that years of schooling to make decisions about my health and about the people's health in Yorktown? I don't believe so. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Natasha Allison, Yorktown Heights, and I would like to say thank you to the board for staying current on relevant information as it affects us and making decisions as new information arises. Everyone's health is important, mine and my family included. Why are we considering mass administering fluoride to those who do not wish to ingest it for a variety of health reasons, right? Health is an individual person with all of our variables. Why would we be considering mass administering it? If we are concerned with access for an underserved population, the fluoride funds could and would do more for those who can't access fluoride if the funds were directed to programs that provide more health services than just cavity prevention. By putting all this money to administer fluoride to the masses who can access it in many other ways, we could be using that to help serve those who are lacking in a variety of ways for health care, not just cavities. And for the reference that has come up at these meetings that we grew up with fluoride and we were fine, I'd like to say that we haven't had fluoride in Yorktown in a long time, and we were fine. So, thank you.
My name is Brian. I live in Mohegan Lake, and I'm against fluoridation. Thank you for stopping it. Thank you for having this chance to speak and have people talk about it. Somebody had said that the recent study said that it was quoting unreasonable risk of injury to health and the environment. So it's not just us. It's also the environment that we live in that it's going to be affected by this. Some people mentioned China, and people all over the world have these different ideas of it. We're kind of unique. We fluoridate all of our citizens. Many other countries don't. Some of them do, some of them don't. You could studies, the gentleman, the dentist, whatnot. I go to the dentist, I don't have them fluoridate my teeth. I refuse to do that. I have fluoridated toothpaste, I have unfluoridated. Some people mentioned that if you're a sports enthusiast and you drink a lot of water, how do you regulate that? Why do they take it out? Because it's a toxin. Are we talking about sodium fluoride? Are we talking about calcium fluoride? I mean, there's a million different kind of things. I grew up in Florida, in Plant City and Tampa. Now we're talking about phosphate pits. That's where a lot of this stuff comes from. How much do we spend taking this toxin? Are they paying us to put it in? I bet they're not. That's part of the problem. Follow the money. So please do not fluoridate my water. Follow the money. Follow the money.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Shirlita Amler. I'm actually your Commissioner of Health. And so when you were saying that the Health Department did not respond, we did not respond because what you had sent us was information that you were considering changing the rule so that the board could vote for the whole community on regards to whether or not fluoride should be in your water. That's your choice. That is not up to the health department. So we didn't respond because it wasn't in our purview to do so. I mean, you have the right to, as a community, decide, whether you fluoridate your water or not. That being said, as a physician, as a pediatrician, as somebody who did work for the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry and the CDC, just like my husband, who's trying to tell you what the real science is, not the fake science, not the pseudoscience, not the I have a, I saw it on TV and I know everything there is to know about the subject. So I can only tell you the real science. And the real science is that fluoride is safe in the dose, and you could drink as much water as you want and it's still going to be safe because you're not going to reach the limits. But this is done by an agency who is written, excuse me,
Folks,
and
please.
I'm speaking. I was polite to you, please be polite to me. There are tox profiles, and these tox profiles are done on every chemical that could impact people in the United States. Fluoride is one of them. Every article that is peer-reviewed on the topic of fluoride and its use and side effects is in the tox profile. Before you make any decisions, I would strongly recommend that you get a copy of the tox profile done by ATSDR and just take a look at the studies that have been done. You don't have to believe me. You can read them yourself, and then you will know what the real state of the science is. So why is fluoride put in water? Fluoride is put in water as primarily it's an equity issue, because there are a lot of people who do not have the money to take their children to the dentist for fluoride treatments. There are a lot of older people who also don't have the money to go to the dentist frequently and get fluoride treatments, and they end up with cavities. Those cavities, as you've heard, are painful. They do impact their ability to eat, and a lot of older people lose their teeth, and that really has a terrible effect on their health when their nutrition suffers. So I fight the battle all the time. I fought the battle during COVID. I fought the people who didn't want what was in their best interest. I've tried.
Please.
I've tried to just deliver the science. I'm not trying to. I am not trying to tell you what to do. I am just asking you to look at the science and make your own decision. That's all I'm asking. Yes, ma'am. You had a question? Oh,
no.
You were flipping.
No, I'm just flipping my hair.
Okay. All right. So I just want to thank you for allowing us all to have the opportunity to speak. And, I sincerely hope that you will make the most appropriate decision for your population.
Thank you, Dr. Ambler. Dr. Ambler, just for the record also, as I stated before, that letter that I was speaking about went to the New York State
Yes,
Department
I'm
of
aware
State
because they did send a copy to me. And the whole concern was that according to New York State code, if you are going to stop fluoridation, you are required to give 90 days notice.
Yeah, and I'll address that at the end.
Yeah, to the population so that they have an opportunity to understand how this impacts their health and have a conversation with their dentist or whoever is taking care of their dental health.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Andy Stegmeyer from Yorktown Heights. I grew up in Somers. Currently live in Yorktown Heights now for over 15 years. Quick story. Growing up in Somers, New York, one of the best places to grow up other than Yorktown, right? Pretty awesome. Conflicted on Friday nights, let me tell you. But I grew up in Somers, and we had well water. You know, as a kid, I'd ride my bike around town, go to the Somers Pharmacy, grab a couple of pieces of candy, stick them in my mouth, keep riding my bike around town until I had to go to the dentist. He's like, I see you around town, riding your bike, eating your candy. He's like, you better knock that stuff off. Otherwise, I'm going to have to drill your teeth again. So at 14 years old, I learned a valuable lesson. Don't eat candy. Take care of yourself, eat right. Right? I've had 2 cavities my whole life, and that was that day. Okay. So I take care of myself, I work out, I eat right. We have a health crisis in this country. Cancer, heart disease, diabetes. We need to teach our kids how to eat right. It's very important. It has nothing to do with fluoride, in my opinion. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a dentist. I'm just here as a person sharing my experience. So I have this statement from Paul S. Bieber. I'd like to submit that to you for review. New York State Coalition Opposed to Fluoride.
Thank you.
I yield the rest of my time. I've always wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I live with this health fanatic. He is very healthy, I have to say. Much healthier than me. So there's a couple of things that my name is Melanie Ryan. I'm a Yorktown resident. And I've been here for however long Andy said. I forget. I have some information to share with the public about where our fluoride comes from. Many people are misinformed about what fluoride is. This is not a natural mineral that we are talking about adding to our water. This is from Shannon Chemical Corporation, which is where the fluoride comes from that goes into Yorktown and Somers water. And this is a chemical corporation. It is not an element. It is a chemical that's toxic. It is called hydrofluorosilicic acid. And in these papers that I have from an email from Shannon Chemical Corporation talks about how the employees that handle this chemical have to use protective gear for their skin, protective gear for their eyes, for their respiratory system, you name it. They are covered. It's just like, you know, the photos that you see that people who spray pesticides on our food, they're all covered up, right? So this is what we're putting on our food. This is what we're putting on in our water. These are chemicals. So some people believe that chemicals are good for you. I'm not one of those people. I'm the leader of the Westchester Poison Squad, and we are not going away. We are just getting started. I am a psychotherapist and educator of ancient wisdom. I travel the world studying various cultures and traditions to learn what brings healing to humans and the earth. There are doctors here in the room. There's only one dentist that I follow, and that is Weston A. Price, because he took it upon himself to travel the world for 10 years and study what actually causes oral disease. So if you're not familiar with Weston A. Price, I greatly suggest that you look him up. I also have been fortunate to go to Greece to study the origins of medicine and healing and psychotherapy. Most doctors know that they take the Hippocratic Oath. They may not know that that comes from Hippocrates. Hippocrates said, I quote, "The greatest medicine of all is teaching people how not to need it." Illness does not come upon us out of the blue. They are developed from small daily sins against nature. You are nature. Your body is nature. When enough sins against nature have been accumulated, illness will suddenly appear. As we celebrated Indigenous Peoples Day yesterday, we look at ourselves and our history. We have a cultural problem here in the United States. It is called human supremacy, a problem of human dominance over others and nature, an abuse of power that started long ago that must be stopped. You may remember learning in history class about manifest destiny, the doctrine of discovery that said humans were ordained by God to have control over everything, the animals, the land, the soil, thinking that we can do whatever we want to it. The way humans have abused their power has taken us out of right relationship with the natural world. We foolishly believe that we can do harm to nature and live to tell about it. Artificial fluoride is a toxic chemical. Like I said, we're not talking about a natural occurring mineral. We are talking about a chemical that destroys animal life, plant life, human life. That is why our town water department employees use those goggles and respirators when working for protection. These toxic chemicals accumulate and become more and more destructive over time. It may be invisible to you now, but you can be sure that your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren will suffer the consequences. Humans are here to be caretakers of the earth. I believe everyone in this room cares about health and our children and the earth. So I ask you to please do the right thing. We do not need outside agencies that follow human supremacy telling us what to do. Our community has the power to decide. Our government agencies do not have a good track record for keeping Americans healthy. We have a serious problem. Our nation is in a health crisis and our children are sicker than they have ever been. The leniency of the EPA, FDA, and the WHO on toxic chemicals is quite higher than that of Europe and Asia. Most of the world has banned fluoride, artificial fluoride, I should say. Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Scotland, Ireland, Hungary. Sorry, I get a little emotional. Iceland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, all do not use fluoride. All have healthier populations than we do. Japan, Korea, China. Japan, Korea, and China have also banned fluoridation. Russia and Israel do not use fluoride. I am here today as a caretaker of the earth. I speak for the water because the water cannot speak for itself. I ask you to vote to keep toxic chemicals out of our water supply and protect the 60,000 people that live in Yorktown and Somers. Children need you to protect them. The earth needs you to protect it. Tonight, you saw more than 50% of the people in this room are not in favor of fluoride. We are representing 60,000 people. That means if at least 30,000 people feel that fluoride is dangerous for their health, we have to listen. It is up to us. And it is up to us to protect children and the earth. When we take care of nature, nature takes care of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Miller. The prevention of tooth decay is not a luxury, but rather an essential component of long-term good health. Tooth decay is not a trivial condition. Besides the pain, the effects on the nutrition, causing poor nutrition, how many other body parts, think about this, how many body parts would you be willing to just cut off because of a chronic bacterial infection that can be prevented? That's what you're doing with teeth. But for some reason, teeth are not considered that crucial. I think it has probably to do with the fact that dentistry used to be done by barbers, but you know, that's just an historical aside. Dental cavities can lead to serious health effects, ranging from things like infections in sinuses and ears to COPD, and even potentially fatal brain and heart infections. So it's not trivial. This is a serious public health situation. Community water fluoridation can help spare our children from tooth decay and its potentially serious impacts on health and well-being. It has been mentioned several times tonight that there are other sources of fluoridation. Possibly. We've heard a town board member say that she has difficulty getting her child to brush his teeth. All parents know that. It's difficult to get the kids to brush your teeth with the fluoride toothpaste. What about the parent who gets home from the second job at 10 o'clock at night and then has to try to get their child to brush his teeth? And then that person has to get their toothpaste from the dollar store, not the very expensive high fluoride stuff. Also, dentist treatments of fluoride treatments. Most health policies, health insurance policies, don't include dental care, except at as an extra cost. So no, it's not available to everybody. And this is a public health issue, so it should be available to the entire public. The CDC ranks community water fluoridation as one of the 10 greatest public health achievements of the 20th century. I think our children should have the benefit of that great public health achievement, and that we should have fluoridation in our water. So yes, let's get better dental health for our children. So after years of delay, Yorktown was finally on the path to get the benefits of fluoridated water. But here we are, debating if we want to take action so that our children can have fewer cavities. And as importantly, we're debating who gets to decide and based on what information. Supervisor Lachterman pulled the plug on water fluoridation. Backed by the majority of the town board, he paused fluoridation of Yorktown's drinking water. As I understand it, this decision is based on Mr. Lachterman's interpretation of a U.S. District Court ruling, which is based on the judge's interpretation of a meta-study, which may have little relevance to fluoride concentrations and delivery systems in the U.S. As with all therapeutic substances, and this was mentioned before by other speakers, as with other therapeutic substances, the difference is in the dosage. Making a correlation, and note, not a causation, a correlation between water fluoridation and IQ studies cited in the court case. Total dosage was not controlled for, among other procedural missteps and misinterpretations. So one question I have is, when does a pause in fluoridation convert to a full stop? There's a procedure, which was also mentioned this evening, in state law for withdrawing from community water fluoridation, which the town board, as far as I know, so far has chosen to ignore. The procedure requires public notice and comment opportunities. It requires addressing the comments and a record of consultation with health professionals in the State Department of Health and providing alternatives to water fluoridation. Instead of following that route, what the town board has decided to do is apparently pave the way for a full stop in fluoridation. The town board's decided to amend local law 280-1 dealing with water fluoridation. And in fact, this amendment is supposed to be the point of this public hearing. It's the amendment of the law. The law goes from saying that the public water supply of Yorktown shall be fluoridated. In consultation with Westchester County Health District, note the input required from public health professionals. The amendment will change it to the town board may establish by resolution whether or how Yorktown's water supply will be fluoridated. This is a drastic change. And note, no input from the public or health professionals is required by the amendment. Some town board members have been quoted to the effect that they've done their homework. Well, good for them. And they know where they're coming down on water fluoridation. I want to know who they're listening to. Are they listening to experienced public health professionals or junk science? The people of Yorktown are entitled to know what data and research informs town board decisions. Otherwise, we can't trust your decisions. This proposed amendment, I think, is a very bad idea. It's giving the town board the authority to make important public health decisions without input from either the public or from professionals with a whole lot more expertise and experience than the town board. This amendment is a substantial change in the law, and it should not be passed. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Myers. I'm the dean of the Touro College of Dental Medicine and a pediatric dentist. And I won't take much of your time because what has been said, I think, has shown both sides to be passionate about a very important issue. But what I would say, and I kudos to what was just said, is that the decision that has to be made by you should be made with the best possible evidence and research that's available. And just as the Commissioner of Health said, there are a lot of important decisions that you're going to make, but it should be made with the best possible research with the most experts in any particular area, just as you would do with a traffic study or anything else with experts. That's the decision you're making tonight. Mm-hmm. Not about whether it's fluoridated or not fluoridated, but whether you have the power to do that without taking, let's say, public referendum and research into account. Mm-hmm. So I urge you to do that.
I'm back, Howard Gould. I've been listening, and I heard that that adults should be using fluoride too. I find that really interesting. I had 6 dentists, different areas, different companies throughout my life. I've been in Yorktown since 1999, so that's without fluoride for all those years. When I was in Brooklyn, I definitely had fluoride. What was interesting, to let you know, I'm going to be 65 years old in January. Looking for, thank you. Thanks. But face this way. I should learn by now. What's interesting, which nobody knows about me, is that I still have one of my baby teeth in my mouth. Maybe one day I'll take a picture and show everybody. No, it's true. And I haven't had fluoride for all those years. What is that, about 20-something years? I never calculated.
It's only been about 7 years that we.
No, since 1990.
Oh, no, that we haven't had fluoride.
Okay, then I'm wrong. But anyway, I still have it. It's
So
going. It's there. Maybe that's for my immature behavior, but at least I have reason why. So the point is, why is it still there without the fluoride? And I was told by 7 doctors that when you reach your second row of teeth, you don't need the fluoride for your teeth because the fluoride is not going to do anything for adult teeth. That's what I was told with every other doctor, even today. So I have 7 doctors. I don't remember their names. I know, sorry, Doctor Who, I'll call them. Who's who. So I'm being serious. You know, really, you can joke around, and I stopped cotton candy a long time ago. But to me, it's like a joke. I mean, the only thing I want to be serious about is I was talking to someone outside, and I said, this is like a situation very not similar, but with the abortion, you're making okay, you can laugh now. No, but abortion is a serious issue. You're talking about a person's body. It's still a health issue. I wouldn't want to be sitting in your seats right now. It's a tough decision. I'm not for it, and that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thanks, Howard.
Yeah, hi. Carl Tegmeyer, Yorktown resident for 43 years, and I am a dentist. Linda actually took most of my talking points away. So I'll just mention a few things. You did mention a Harvard study, said that, fluoridation caused the loss of IQ. If you had contacted one of us or even talked to me about it, that study basically, after it came out, within a month, the deans had to write an apology and retract the study because it was such a poor study. They said basically you can't take anything that's in there as truthful. And that, I actually went on the internet yesterday and Googled that Harvard, IQ study. And it was posting July 20th, 2024. So I said, oh, okay, I missed something. So when I clicked on it, brought us back to that disgraced 2012 study. Unfortunately, you have to be careful where you get your information, because this is what happens. Since I've been in practice, fluoride's been blamed for a lot of things: AIDS, Alzheimer's disease, cancer, Down syndrome, genetic damage, heart disease, lower IQs, kidney disease, osteoporosis, and hip fractures. And I heard a few more tonight. There's really been over 6,500 studies done on fluoride since it came in. And a lot of these studies do refute all of those claims. But, painting this with a broad brush, it really does not do justice to the individuals who suffer from these conditions or diseases and the pain, anger, and anguish they suffer in processing these falsehoods. So again, where you get your information, very important, and by who? Who's the person that gave her the information? Were they qualified to say something about that? And I know you put a lot of faith into that judge's ruling in California against the EPA that fluoridation of water at 0.7 milligrams per liter poses an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children. The judge relied heavily on the U.S. National Toxicology Program review. He cited it 131 times in his decision. The monograph, it failed to get peer review approval twice by the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, stating it would not survive scientific scrutiny. So, for its third try, it handpicked a committee and that flagged it through and it went straight to the judge's desk. This monograph has been criticized by public health and scientific communities for using unorthodox research methods, flawed analytics, lack of clarity, failure to follow norms of peer review, and lack of transparency. But as flawed as this study was, it clearly stated in bold print, where the judge could not miss it, quote, "This monograph and addendum do not address whether the sole exposure to fluoride added to drinking water in some countries, in other words, fluoridation at 0.7 milligrams per liter in the U.S. and Canada, is associated with a measurable effect on IQ. In other words, there is no danger to the IQ. Did the board not read this when you were doing your homework? So why'd you shut it down? According to the American Association for Dental, Oral, and Craniofacial Research, and these are the guys that go into science, and they have all different sciences on this association. All right, they state the court's decision exceeds what the NTP, National Toxicology Program, concluded. They conducted a thorough evaluation and risk of bias assessment of the studies contained in the NTP review and in the court's decision, and reached a different conclusion than the court. Risk of bias is the likelihood that a study's design or conduct will produce misleading results. So their decision was they continue to support community water fluoridation as safe and effective evidence-based intervention for the prevention of dental cavities. I have a colleague that wanted to be here tonight and she couldn't. She's a dental anesthesiologist, and she wanted me to read you this. She goes, I could get pretty fired up and passionate about the types of childhood cavities cases I see as an anesthesiologist caring for pediatric patients only have well water. These patients have no option but to supplement with fluoride. These kids have 16 out of 20 teeth or 20 out of 20 teeth that are full of decay, requiring extractions, or if they are lucky, some can be saved with stainless steel crowns. They are too young to sit for a whole mouthful of treatment, so they have to be intubated and receive general anesthesia for their care. It's heartbreaking to say the absolute least when cavities are caries. Cavities is an extremely preventable disease, and yet is still the most common disease in childhood. As an anesthesiologist, these are the cases I go home feeling most depressed and sad about. If you think tears weren't ever shed by doctors providing care during a general anesthesia case for a young child with a full mouth of cavities, you'd be wrong. These are not the type of cases an anesthesiologist or pediatric dentist wants to be involved with. There was a study of the two counties, Rockland and Westchester, not many years ago by the New York State Department of Health. There's 0% fluoridation in Rockland because of the type of water systems they have. They're all wells that go to individual towns, so they don't have any fluoride in the water in Rockland. Westchester is 87% fluoridated. The kids in Rockland have 70% more cavities than the kids in Westchester. So this is where we're headed, all right, if we cut off the fluoridation. You've heard a lot tonight. There's a lot to process, and you know from the beginning, even before we made you aware of the Public Health Law 1100A, you really need to reach out to the professionals that are around to answer some of these questions. And some of these things that I'm hearing, they shouldn't be worried about. But again, we talked about where you get your information and from whom. So I really do hope you reconsider and follow 1100A, mostly to get information and then get it back to the whole town. You know, a lot of people are so busy that, you know, they don't hang on you guys every word all the time on Tuesdays, you know, or every other Tuesday. So I plead with you, really, reach out to the public health officials, answer some of the stuff you've heard tonight, get that squared away, report back to the whole town. And then maybe we can decide whether you guys should have, you know, the ability to, you know, turn it on or off. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Tegmeyer, before you leave, where was the dental anesthesiologist? Where does she go?
She's out of Turl to school. She
Okay,
goes,
so
she
she's
goes,
local,
she
too.
goes, well, yeah, she's local. She goes all over the state, basically, because upstate it's very difficult to get care. There's very few pediatric dentists up there.
Thank you.
Good evening again. Little bit about chemicals, and that's what we're talking about, right? Chemicals. In 1874, an Austrian chemist developed a chemical. In 1939, that chemical was redeveloped and used to prevent malaria and typhus. The developer got a Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine in 1948 due to the efficiency of that chemical. In the 1950s and 1960s, WHO, UN, used the chemical broadly because it was so great. For those of us who are somewhat long in tooth, that chemical is DDT, almost wiped out the entire bird population of the world. For how many years did the fire services use PFOAs and PFASs?
Gentlemen, thank you.
It was great. It was approved. And now it's in water supply near every airport, and hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent to clean it out of the environment. Finally, while both WHO and the EU banned the chemical, the EPA found it was perfectly effective as an insecticide. Chemical is glyphosate, found in Roundup. Everybody knows about the litigation having to do with Roundup. So much for the studies done by the EPA. A lot of these studies aren't longitudinal enough to really be considered. And with all due respect to Mr. Killian, he's not the only one here that's got advanced degrees and taken advanced degrees in statistics and methods of analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. All right.
Hey there. Hey, Ed. How you guys doing?
Good, Lonnie. How you doing?
I didn't think I'd be getting up here tonight at all, but I'm exhausted. I'm a musician. Been in this town 30 years.
Lonnie, just introduce yourself.
Oh, Lonnie Leibowitz, musician, inventor, among other things. Yeah, you listen after a while, and then it's just like, Okay, so I'm addressing the three dentists that are here representing fluoride.
Lonnie, if you could, you have to address the board, okay?
I address you?
Yeah.
They could hear.
Say what you want to say, but address us.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm up here because of what they said, so that's...
Okay. Yeah, that's
just
okay.
bear with me, I'm really out of it, but let me get through this. Okay, first I'm just going to read...
If you don't mind, he's out of order. We did not represent the fluoride companies. We represent the population.
No, he's saying based on what he's
Okay,
wants to just speak to.
Well,
let him speak.
okay,
Yeah.
I'll explain myself. All right.
Sir, so are you. Thank you.
It's like the whole court's out of order. Remember that? Yeah. So, okay. I heard one thing I heard tonight, sort of saying that there's no evidence. You know, these guys saying there's no evidence that there's anything wrong with it, that it could do no damage, that it's not toxic, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's simply not the case. The decision you cited to make the decision to have another decision, essentially, was done by Harvard. And it's really a follow-up research to what's already been done in China in the last 20 years. And I'm going to read a little bit from that. Fluoride in drinking water, a scientific review of the EPA's standards, neurotoxicity and neurobehavioral effects. And I've got some graphs here. All this does is it basically talks about the IQ scores that was what the gentleman found in California. These studies were done way before that. Not only did they find children with severe enamel fluorosis, but 9 to 15 points lower than the average IQ of children from an area with low or no fluorization. There are thyroid gland issues. Spittle, 1994, reviewed surveys and case reports of individuals exposed occupationally or therapeutically to fluoride. Now, that's not even drinking it. That's just in the air. The synopsis of 12 case reports of fluoride-exposed people of all ages showed lethargy, weakness, impaired ability to concentrate, regardless of the route of exposure. In half the cases, memory problems were also reported. This could lead to, what's it called again?
Alzheimer's?
Thank you. Okay, just a little bit more. In addition to getting the fluoride or the sodium fluoride or the other compounds that it sort of blends with, silicofluorides are also found in water. This could produce a situation in which acetylcholine, ACH, you guys must know that, accumulates in the vicinity of the ACH terminals. It leads to excessive activations of cholinergic receptors in the central and peripheral nervous system at high concentrations, granted more than what is proposed for fluoride, but at high concentrations, agents with this capability are frequently used in insecticides and nerve gases. In immediate concentrations, choking sensations and blurred visions are often encountered. Anyway, this goes on and on and on. It's highly technical. And for you people to say that there's no evidence of all these things, you're just simply lying to us. Here's one for you.
Lonnie, you can you can put them up here. We'll publish them online. Thank you.
Do you want 4?
No, one is fine. But
Thanks, Lonnie.
I wanted to give it to them.
that's all right, Lonnie. I'm sure they've seen it too, and
You know, I just don't appreciate being lied to over toxins and neurotoxins.
let's not personalize right now. We'll talk.
Yeah, well, I find health personal. Okay,
Okay.
I have some more.
More?
Yeah, a little more. I just want to go into the history of fluoride. Now, you know, I grew up in Queens, man, and, you know, the water was fluoridated. And I can't say what I would have been without it or anything like that, but we all got cavities, you know? Even when we got hip to the, you know, problems with sweets and whatnot. I mean, how many people got cavities drinking fluoride water, you know?
There's 2 more cavities, Lonnie.
Hmm?
There's 2 more cavities.
Plastic. Well, what could you do? Okay, here's just some history and a little more chemistry too. Sodium fluoride, which is a common compound, is a common ingredient in rat and cockroach poisons, anesthetics, hypnotics, psychiatric drugs, and military nerve gas. It's one of the basic ingredients in Prozac and sarin nerve gas used in World War I and in the attack on the Japanese subway system. The first person, like I mentioned 2 times ago when I was here, to use it were the Nazis. In the 1930s, Hitler and the German Nazis envisioned a world to be dominated and controlled by a Nazi philosophy of pan-Germanism. We're all aware. The German chemists worked out a very ingenious and far-reaching plan of mass control adopted by the German General Staff. This plan was to control the population in a given area through mass medication and drinking water supplies. By this message, they could control the population in whole areas, reduce population by water medication that would produce sterility in women, and sodium fluoride occupied a prominent place in this. So they were the first society on a mass level to actually introduce it. Now, I personally use a fluoride-based toothpaste. I use Sensodyne. I think it works great, you know. Fluoride, you know, what does it do? It calcifies the teeth. It makes the teeth harder. Yeah, if you overdo it, you'll get fluorosis and stuff like that. But let's assume that with the right use of it, that it works. I'm not totally convinced of that, but let's just say it does, okay? You have it in your toothpaste, like as a gentleman said an hour before. Do you swallow your toothpaste? No, if you swallow it, you should go to the hospital. It's a toxin. So why would I want that entering my body? I spit it out. You get direct fluoride on your teeth where it could be useful to harden the teeth. If you drink it in your body, and I don't understand why nobody else brought this out, if you drink it, it's going to harden everything in the body, including soft tissue, stuff that's supposed to be soft. If you took a knife to my stomach and opened it, you wouldn't see a whole lot of hard stuff in there. It would just drip out, right? Like in a war movie or something, all right? Now, it can give you major problems with digestion, but the one that's on record as fact to give you the worst problems is the pituitary gland. And most people walking around have a semi-hardened pituitary gland. It affects growth, many hormones throughout the body and the endocrine system, and also affects people who dare be spiritual and use, like Descartes said, it's the seat of the soul. Okay, back to the history. Yeah, so we have the Nazis, and then a good friend, Melanie, back there, listed a whole bunch of European countries that you have, right, that do not use it. Why do you think they don't use it? Because they were forced to use it when they were occupied, okay? It's amazing what goes on for knowledge in this country. It's despicable. It's corrupt. And quite frankly, I don't care what kind of degrees or what associations, the CDC, the NIH. I knew a woman who worked for the CDC and knew Fauci. She told me some horrific stories about the politics there. Honestly, I just think it's mass manipulation and brainwashing, okay? And it takes an independent thinker to see through this stuff. I know you people aren't bad people. I know that you care about people's teeth and kids' teeth, but you're simply misled. It's as simple as that, okay? A lot of these studies that I have, they show, like that other fellow said, that under the age of 3, it's particularly harmful for a growing kid. And just like the one woman said, well, maybe if they don't brush their teeth, we want to make sure it's in the water. But if it's going into their bodies that are just starting to grow, calcifying internal organs, no. I don't believe it's really for a good thing. No one's going to convince me of that, okay? And I'm not here for any political reason. I'm just here for the health benefits of all of us, including those who disagree with me. I think I've said enough.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Thanks, Lonnie.
Thank you.
Make sure they get a copy of that.
Real quick, again, Andy Stegmeyer, Yorktown Heights. This comes down to really one thing. It's really choice, right? It's do we have the right to make our own choices? We don't need anybody to tell us what to do. We're all here. We're all smart. We're all getting informed. We're all educated. We can all make these decisions for ourselves. We don't need anybody on any level of government, county, New York, state, federal, whatever. We don't need people to make our decisions for us. We're our own community. We can make these decisions. I fought for that flag for 8 years, okay, in the United States Marine Corps. I fought for the right to speak. I fought for the right to bear arms. I fought for all the rights, not just for me, for everybody in this room, okay? So listen, we can make our own choices. That's what this country is all about. We don't need to be dictated to. Thank you.
I also just wanted to add, Melanie Ryan again, that we were very proud owners of a health center in Mount Kisco prior to the pandemic for 8 years. And during that time, I had many people, including doctors and nurses, come to our health center for healing from chemical poisons and toxins. And those doctors and nurses had their eyes opened, unfortunately, because of their own personal experiences of being harmed by the very things that they were taught were to heal. Mm-hmm. And so we do have a very serious problem in the current situation under medicine. And through working with several of these professionals, I learned some very dark secrets about the fact of what goes on with research. And we all know that much research is funded by pharmaceutical companies. And when a researcher finds out that a certain chemical is toxic, all of a sudden that person is threatened and they cannot be promoted. And therefore that truth gets buried. And I've heard lots of those stories over the years. And so it's a very sad truth that we need to face. Because let's face it, is it just that American scientists know what to do and are the smart ones? Is it all of Asia? Is it all of Europe that are stupid and we shouldn't follow any of their science? Because why is it that all of Asia and pretty much all of Europe has banned fluoride? Something to think about. Thank you.
Thanks, Melanie.
Sorry, I just have a drop more. I won't take a whole lot of time. Okay. Yeah, I just got tired before. It's all right. Had a very long day. Okay. This is a really interesting story. Well, going back to what she was just saying, before I even get to that, about the corruption and things, the Germans were also working hand in hand with fluoride, which turns out to be a byproduct of the aluminum industry. You know, sort of the aluminum cartel called Aloca. Alcoa, sorry, we know that stock, yeah, okay. The melons, you know, the melons, when they would put it in drinking water and toothpaste, they were making a 20,000% markup on it. Okay. Okay. Dr. Hardy Limebeck, a PhD in biochemistry, head of the Department of Preventive Dentistry in the University of Toronto, and president of the Canadian Association for Dental Research, was once Canada's leading promoter of fluoride in the water supplies. But then he suddenly announced he has changed his mind. He said children under 3 should never use a fluoridated toothpaste or drink fluoridated water. And baby formula must never be made up using Toronto tap water. Never. Why did he say that about Toronto? As Limebeck points out, they've been putting fluoride in the Toronto drinking water for 36 years, while Vancouver has never been fluoridated. Get this, the population of Vancouver has lower cavity rates than Toronto. Europe, and the same goes for Europe, which is 98% fluoride free. So basically, that's all I wanted to say. These dentists have no training in toxicity. The well-intentioned dentist is simply following 50 years of misinformation from Public Health and Dental Association. And this is coming from the head dentist of all of Canada. I'm done. Thanks.
Fine.
Okay. Any other comment?
Close.
I think we can close. There was a couple of good points, but I'll address, and
yeah,
there might be. So can I have a motion to close?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'd also like to keep the written comment open for a week, so we could get some more back and look at a few more things.
You're looking at next Tuesday, the 22nd?
Yeah.
Okay, as a mental health professional, who's also a mandated reporter, who also works with longevity doctors, who also has a holistic dentist, who also says that it's in your foods and whatnot, who also works with low-income families, who's aware what Medicaid and Fidelis offers, up to 6 fluoride or $500 stipends to your health care. In fact, It is better and easier to get fluoridation or any type of fluoride capsules for no money if you have no money, okay? Because the middle class has to pay 12 times to have a second dental plan. My husband has taken out everything that we can't read ingredients behind all of our foods. We shop on the outside of the supermarket. When we don't brush our teeth, that broccoli could stay there because he'll be just fine tomorrow. At the end of the day, as a somatic practitioner who works with TRS and works with children of the ages of 4 to 88, I've watched what we've put in these bodies and how little attention we're doing to feed humanity, to create affordability for humanity, how we constantly rob society to make us sick so that Big Farm can live on their yachts. It is gonna stop. So as much as you wanna tell me that I might be some councilwoman up here sitting at the dais who doesn't have her research, you have not sat in my office. You have not spent time with multicultural doctors. You have not seen crisis the way that I have seen it. And you also have not fed the needy. Because let me tell you something. There is plenty out there. And it starts from the root up. And because we don't know how to grow a community, we're killing a community. So for me personally, all you scientists, unless you can tell me that you're willing to swim in fluoridated water and that you're cool with it and it's 100% safe and it's good for every part of your body, that means your mind down to your toes. Because I'll tell you right now, I have never seen more dysregulated humans in my life than what I see in my practice. And when I'm working with these type of people and they have psychotherapists, psychiatrists, and they're just pushing meds over meds over meds over meds, and we're a society that has blinders and doesn't see, I ask you, has anyone stopped to squeeze out our real causes? So I am very insulted by us not doing our homework. And yes, I might have not called you, but I did call my people, and my people are saying it's a hard stop. So I'll take it to the assembly if I have to. But for me, for this town, I'm very much in favor of this law change.
So I'll tell you a story about the MMR just to make my point. The MMR is the measles, mumps, rubella shot, and they give it together now. And there's some science out there, some studies that are flawed, that say that when you get it between the ages, I forget the exact age, I'm going to kind of assume it's like 3 years old or something, there's a higher degree that your child might develop Down syndrome. Now, whether that study is true or not, I don't know. But what I did is I said, you know what? I'll just wait till 4. If they can't get it at 3, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll wait. Why? Because my children, they stayed at home. So there was really no risk of getting the measles, the mumps, or rubella at the age of 3 or at the age of 4. Now, if you have some significant reason for your child to get the shot at that age, because maybe you have to put him in daycare, I can understand that. That is a choice. That is a choice that the parents are going to make on behalf of their children who are minors. But for me, and I support Ed, I said it before and I'll say it again, I support you when you stopped it because you were erring on the side of caution. That's all you were doing. And so there's so much out there. You guys, in a very insulting way, by the way, claim that we don't have any knowledge and all of that. And some of it was actually funny, the way it was delivered, it wasn't intended, whatever. But I think this law change is even more important based on the points that everyone that wants fluoridation made. We don't have enough information. We do need to maybe look into it a little more. And so you err on the side of caution. You wait till 4 and not 3 years old, and you implement. You keep the pause, and then we see when we get enough information, when these studies come back and all this other stuff that's going on, because it's too up in the air right now. Now, people and dentists, they'll say, no, we have these studies. You didn't talk to me. And then you have the other side that says, well, there's all these studies, so what do you believe? It's too up in the air. There's no definitive answer. The other thing that I found interesting was I think somebody said that it affects 25%. Fluoridating the water affects 25% of the population. 25% of the people of Yorktown. I don't know. That's what somebody said. I don't know if that.
25% cavity reduction.
25.
Like
So 25% cavity reduction if we fluoridate the water, right? It's not 100%. I don't think. Excuse me, Susan. 1 second, please. It's not 100%. It's not. Nothing is ever going to be 100%. But I would think that all of this, the percentage would be much higher. But it's not. So what do we do as a town board? People turn around. You could smile. I know you were smiling, Dr. Tegmeyer. You know, you were being very facetious with people that were up here because you disagreed. Then you come up here and you say, hey, listen to me. I'm the authority. But you're not listening to anybody. That's what I find highly amusing. Okay? So you could laugh and you could shake your head, and that's okay. And that's okay because you are entitled to your opinion, as am I. Why do we have the authority to make this decision about fluoridation in the water? Because we are the elected officials. And unfortunately, you know, that's where this decision lands. It lands in the legislative body of the town, of the state, of the country, whatever. That's where this decision lands. So for me, I'm looking at it, and nobody really answered the question of consumption. Overconsumption of water that's fluoridated. Somebody said, well, it doesn't really rise to the level of toxicity. I haven't heard what the actual level of toxicity where it's dangerous. Nobody mentioned that number. I know 0.7 is the safe number. I mean, there are a lot of unanswered questions for me. And I'm getting answers from both sides. They differ. Of course, they're contradictory. I think I haven't made a decision yet, but I think moving toward giving us the ability to pause it and then unpause it once we get the right information, fully understanding that if information comes in that's more definitive, then I'll decide. My vote would be to fluoridate. If I don't get more definitive information, then my decision is going to be not to fluoridate. And that's really where I stand. And I said this time and time again. If we could, I know that there's this socioeconomic issue that people brought up. I really didn't think of it that way. But we can, somebody else mentioned that we can use the money that you use to fluoridate the water to provide fluoridation pills, I don't know, some other method for those that are less fortunate. There are other alternatives. There are other ideas, and there are other venues that we could pursue other than this all or nothing. And that's all I'm hearing. It's like no or yes. No or yes. And I think the decision is much more than that.
And so,
And it's not just so definitive.
I just want to say to you, like, if you go to low-income neighborhoods, there's a church on every corner, because what they want you to do is they want you to pray. They want to give you money. So we're gonna poison you. We're not gonna teach you. We're not gonna give you better food. We're not gonna give you garden fresh vegetables so that you can have that. And then we're gonna go ahead and give you fluoride so that the doctors can make money. That's what we're doing.
Well, look, everybody has their own opinions, right?
Well, just go take a walk. You'll see it.
This whole thing about resting the decision on the IQ level. It lowers IQs, or it does, it doesn't. It does, it doesn't. Yes or no. That's what I'm getting here, right? I think it goes beyond just the IQ level discussion or debate, whether it does or it doesn't. I think there's much more involved. It is a toxin, depending on the level. I get all of that, but I think that the decision to change the law, because that's really what we're talking about tonight, and give it and let it fall in our lap so we could do the research. Whether you trust this board or not to go do the research, I will tell you, we have been doing the research. We have been looking into this, and I know a person that's going to disagree with my decision is going to attack me, right, on my knowledge, which has happened tonight on several occasions, and on the fact that I'm not doing my job. I'm not doing my research. And you know, when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, come on. I mean, you know, that's just a talking point. Because we do our research up here, and we try as best we can to make the best possible decisions, because we are your elected officials and the legislative body of this town.
Thank you, Sergio.
All right. So, just following up, basically, this is my opinion. And my opinion is that I'm a firm believer on erring on the side of caution. You know, tonight we heard statistics on the left. We heard it on the right. We heard you heard them from both sides. And there's a judge out in California that listened. This is a public hearing for 2-3 hours. This judge listened for weeks on a case, listened to both sides, and he's erring on the side of caution. And I'm a firm believer the fluoride in the water is probably not going to hurt people in this room. But if it saves one baby, one pregnant mother, I'm erring on the side of caution with that. Because I do believe that it has some sort of effect with the infants and pregnant women, you know. So if it was that cut and dry with all the statistics, they should have been able to convince the judge out in California. And I was told that we're not qualified, you know. I have a psychology degree. I had to take statistics. I have a master's in computer science. I had to take statistics. So I do follow the studies. So that's my 2 cents. And, you know, Dan, you said that left turn, you err on the side of caution. It should have been done years ago. Dave said it, the same thing. You err on the side of caution. That's what I'm basing my decision on, erring on the side of caution for the little kids. I'm a firm believer that the fluoride is not going to hurt anybody in this room. That's my opinion. But that's, you know, my 2 cents.
Ed, why don't you go?
No, Susan, after you. Thank you.
I don't know where to start. Okay. I think you obviously heard 2 sides. You have conflicting studies. You said, I think, Sergio, yeah, we acknowledge we need more information. I think you said that, okay? The judge said we need more information. The judge said, EPA, would you take another look at it, take a more in-depth look, and tell us if the 0.7 level that we use in the United States, not the level we use in China, India, et cetera, okay, where the studies came from, but let's look at what we use in the United States. Is that too high? All right, EPA, give us some rules. And then tell us, who should those rules apply to? Does it apply to the whole population, or does it apply to pregnant women? All right? Because the studies seem to deal with pregnant women and the problems with the infancy. Now, I know I heard somebody say we can't believe what EPA says. If we can't believe EPA or the NIH or the CDC, I don't know who I'm supposed to believe. I don't believe what I read on the internet, I'll tell you that. I believe those national institutions. I'd like to look at the toxic profile that the doctors talked about. We need that information. So you say pause now and let's wait for the studies, which are going to take time, there's no question. But it's not just the EPA, but since there's been all this information and concern about fluoride, I am sure more scientists are doing more studies. It's going to take time. Right now, we know from the study from the NTP, the National Toxicology Report, that said in bold type on the first page of its report that there's no evidence that the 0.7 creates any problem in the United States. It says that in bold type. So if we stop the fluoride now, unfortunately, in Yorktown, because of the problem with the equipment, and it took so long for the equipment to get up and running, from roughly 2016 or 17 till August of 2024, we have how many children who have gone without fluoride if their parents didn't get them the supplements, all right, because they assumed that the water was always fluoridated, all right? So we've lost those children from 2016 to 2024. Now you're saying if you stop now and you wait maybe 3 more years for more studies, you're going to hurt more children because the harm that will be done. there's no risk that's been shown. That's documented in even the NTP report that the judge for 131 citations referred to, all right? And even with
So how come the judge didn't overturn it?
no, the judge did not ban fluoride. Everyone forgets that. All the judge said is
Go back.
the EPA go back and look at it and look at the risks. He said because of the way the law is written, because of the way whatever the national toxicology law is, and because of the way the law is written, because there were some studies that showed some harm, the judge felt he harm based on those studies, which were at fluoride levels more than 3 times what we use here in Yorktown. And the judge said he's making no decision that the level we use in Yorktown is harmful. So there is no harm right now. You have heard other testimony about the whole issue about IQ, because that whole study was about IQ. But you heard somebody talk about the limitations of referring and basing your judgment on an IQ, on some level, on some number. You heard that. Listen to that. Talk to educational people. Find out, learn more about the IQ, because the study is all based on IQ. Now, you can say that there's more and more other studies. I used to say that fluoride caused diseases from A to Z, and you heard a lot of them mentioned tonight. But if the judge's decision was basically based on an IQ issue, so go talk to some educational people, some psychologists, people who you heard from Larry Killian, who has a background in psychology. Okay, and who knows about testing. Talk to others. Go talk to, I don't know if our superintendents of schools are qualified, but they can direct you to other people. Get more information. There is not sufficient information now to pause it and create more harm to those children who will be without it. And one other question that arose, nobody's ever mentioned this, but it dawned on me as I'm listening to everything tonight. I want to contact the Joint Waterworks tomorrow and find out what other chemicals go into the water. Has everybody any thought about that? What other chemicals go into our water? Okay, well, and chlorine. We swim in the swimming pools, and I remember how much water I used to ingest when I swam, and chlorine. And I'm sure chlorine is a toxic substance.
It's not the chlorine from the pool. It's a different chlorine. From the pool.
Okay, but let's find out. And I would like to hear from the Joint Waterworks, okay, what other chemicals are going into our water that we're not even talking about, but we're drinking that water. So anyhow, I think bottom line is, one, we haven't followed the law. Okay, that's number one. There's no question. I don't think you can dispute that. The letter that you sent did not comply with the public health law. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I don't feel that as a resident, I want 5 people making a decision about my health and being able to turn off something that is good for the health.
It's your decision.
Please.
All right? And not even do it by a public hearing, by resolution. Do you know the difference between a resolution? We are going to, if we ever finish this conversation, we're going to get to resolutions. There's no public comment when we vote for a resolution. So the town board can just determine we're going to shut the fluoride system down. Okay? And public has absolutely no say in it. If you have a public hearing, at least you can get people who are pro or con. So I think, please, the hearing is closed. Please gather more information, do more studies, speak to more people, speak to health professionals, okay, speak to educational professionals about the IQ, and do that. And I'd like to get more information about the water, the chemicals, the other chemicals in our water. And the judge only said, did not ban it. He said, go back to the EPA and let's regulate it.
It's a pause. That's all.
So.
No, it's not a pause. It's a pause for like 3 years until you get more studies.
You don't know. You're speculating on how many years. You're throwing all these numbers out there, articulating it. You had a problem articulating how it's safe or not safe. I'm confused. Is it safe or is it not safe?
We
Just
haven't
make
heard
it worse.
anything that is safe.
So-
Here it is
so-
in bold.
We've heard
This
plenty- we've
this
heard
monograph
plenty-
does
we've
not
heard-
address whether the solar.
We've heard plenty
You've
that,
heard
it
it.
was not safe. We heard plenty that it was not safe. We heard plenty that it was safe. That's
But
why.
I take my
that's why-
information from healthcare professionals. I don't take it off the internet, and I know from peer review.
What are you
as-
implying?
I
you
am a
implying-
healthcare
excuse me,
professional.
What are you implying?
If I
that
can
it-
mandate, if I'm a mandated reporter, I have a license that can be taken away from me. I don't associate with none of it. So I'm saying it's not, so you're not the only one that gets information not off the internet, correct? Other have
I'd
also.
like to know what studies. Let's line up.
Well, in
Hold
your,
on, hold on.
let's end
Ladies,
this. Let's
ladies,
end
please.
this. Okay.
So let me say some things, and I'm sure by the time I'm done, I will piss off everyone in the room, guaranteed. So first off, this started based on, and I said this when we spoke about refluoridating the water, and we started up. There was a lot of concern about the case that was happening against the EPA. And basically the results, as I interpret them, was, you know what, the EPA took shortcuts, they didn't do their homework properly, and they needed to go back and research it because it had an unreasonable risk. Right then and there, and I said it originally, I would stop it based on that. I did it unilaterally. I did it based on my decision, not with the board. I did discuss it after the fact. I discussed it with the supervisor of the town of Somers, and I made that decision because you know what? I'm sorry. I could always put it back in, but if I find out it's harmful, I have a problem trying to take it back out. Now we heard about equity. So Luciana brought up an excellent point, and I'm going to share a little bit that I don't think many people know. My parents divorced when I was 5. My mom raised 3 boys alone. She was on public assistance. I went to the dentist twice a year, paid for by the government, and I had fluoride treatments. I had fluoridated water. So I also had a lot of cavities as a kid. I liked candy. Someone else brought up that point. This whole thing was a pause, and I said it before. I'll say it again, and this is where I'm going to piss off everyone in the room. I stopped it, but if the EPA does their homework and it comes back, I think that it's our duty to then start it based on what the laws are and the state law. I know you don't agree, Melanie, and that's fine. And you know what? I might not even be in office when that happens. So it might fall to another board. And Susan, you're right. It may take time. It may come quick, as Sergio said. I think the bottom line that we need to realize is, do we play Russian roulette? Another thing that we had, the comment was, we're penalizing those without the money. As we talked about the fact that there's Medicare there, but let me bring up another point. What we really are doing is forcing the mothers. Maybe it's a single mom, an unwed mom, someone on their own struggling, that has a baby that doesn't have time to breastfeed or pump, and what do? They're going to make formula. Do they always have the money for bottled water? No. They use tap water. What's the big thing that says, as a matter of fact, I think it was your study here, Larry, that they should never use tap water for formula. We should never use that. And so we're really, when you want to talk about something that penalizes the most vulnerable, the baby in the womb, that's part of the problem. Now, Howard made something, he made a connection to abortion, which I think the point he was trying to make, my body, my choice. I don't understand why it's such a huge rallying call for everyone when it fits their agenda. And that's on both sides of the aisle. So I really think that pausing is the right thing to do. And I think that being able to vote it back in, if it needs to be, is having the right thing to do as well. The research, look, everyone who comes up with their research, if it's for, those who are against, it's all junk science. And everyone who was against it all of the research for is junk science, and it's propaganda. So, you know what? I'm not going to try to unravel that. There's the judge made a decision, and I think that it's really, really important that we say, let this play out properly. Jay made an excellent point. You know, I'm going to discard some of the other points about the experimentalism of it back in the 30s with the Nazis, but the one thing Jay did say, and when we come to looking at the reports, is they told us the air was safe down in New York City during 9/11. I know a ton of people who have passed because of being down on the pile, and they're still sick, they're still passing, it's still a problem. Big tobacco, someone mentioned. I think that was Elise from Somers. Big tobacco, you know, it was cool to smoke. We sent cigarettes to our troops. We had Joe Camel, as you know, making sure our kids got indoctrinated to it, and they knew. Someone mentioned Roundup, and the whole lawsuit is they knew, and it was covered up. So look, to me, follow the dollar isn't a bad thing to do. Follow the money, see where it's leading.
And get curious about it.
But I think that the fact that there's so much public-spirited debate nowadays, that there are avenues for us to be able to communicate, to be able to hear, to be able to take things in, to be able to do our own research. And yes, some of it may not be the greatest research, but I'm sure that no one in this room looked at one article. Matter of fact, I got a call from my wife today, are you coming home for dinner? I didn't realize the time. Why? Because I spent the late part of the afternoon into the evening doing more research, looking at more things, looking at the study from the Cochrane Library, which isn't junk science, saying how, and this is an interesting thing, is fluoride in water effective anymore, based on all of the other sources of fluoride? You know, so there's a lot there. The unreasonable risk is huge. Someone mentioned the reverse osmosis filters. I know they are expensive, and also from what I understand, it'll triple your water bill because you have to take all the water out, and it also is hurting a natural resource in water. So I'm not really a big fan of that being the answer for it, although in naturally fluoridated water, you might want to. There was a big discussion about sodium fluoride versus calcium fluoride. I know the two didn't come together per se, but the discussion was there. There are a lot of tangibles. I just personally feel we're better off being safe, and if things come back, hey, you know what? In this level, it's safe. We should be able to then vote on it to put that back in or not.
And
I'd be willing to do that if we had, you know, if there was more clarity. Right now, there's just, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. So I think erring on the side of question, Susan, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think it's been acknowledged that your unilateral pause has violated.
Absolutely. And if anyone wants to have me arrested for it, I will go to jail. I'll be released without bail.
I think would this board consider, turning the spigot back on because the equipment is there, and then following the law, which says that you have to issue a notice and you can terminate it. You have to provide 90 days prior notice, and then you have to issue a notice to the public of the preliminary determination to discontinue fluoridation for comment, which shall include the justification for the proposed discontinuance. I won't read everything.
So, Susan, the answer
turn the spigot back on and then follow the law.
The answer to your question is no. I would not consider it.
You won't follow the law.
Let me explain. That's why our attorney sent a letter to the New York State Department of Health. I would like to have the conversation with them. And utilizing my justification of I don't think it's appropriate when you can't take. I can't reach into a kid and take that fluoride back out if it was harmful. I can't reach into a pregnant mom and take that fluoride out. And to me, that's a huge concern. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, and that's up to them. And if you want to put a resolution on for next week, we could see if it votes or passes. But I don't. Look, you could quote the law. I am a firm believer of the law, but there's also a responsibility we have for the safety of our citizens. And to me, the risk of the bigger dangers versus the strengthening of the teeth, which I do not look as, disposable appendages. I don't think that, I know that teeth are very essential because I am a carnivore and I eat steak and I need my teeth and I get my nutrition that way. I'm not going to, I don't think that there's something to get rid of, but I will say that when I stopped using sugar and drinking Pepsi or Coke and went to a diet beverage, I stopped getting cavities. When I stopped drinking juice all the time, so there are ways that it's a responsibility of us as parents, grandparents, godparents to control some of that stuff, and it's an educational thing. But I would like to have the conversation, and if someone wants to sign off, hey, I don't give a crap about the kids, they can. I just don't.
I also want to just mention that you're doing this also on behalf. Our valve affects Somers, and Somers
Only
is
a
writing to
portion
us.
of Somers.
Whatever
And
the
they have no
portion
choice.
is, they don't have control of that valve. We do, and their supervisor, along with their constituents, are coming here, and they're voting they're staying there for their health care for their community, right? And they're agreeing with the pause because we don't have anyone saying yes, it's safe. And if you go on Westchester County Dental, it'll show you how it says to talk about fluoridation, but it doesn't say because it's only 25% that it's mandated to be in the water.
All right. I'm at this point, I'm concerned about Yorktown residents. And if you can't give 30 days, 90 days, 3 months to wait and follow the law, okay?
Excuse me, Susan.
Following
It
the
says
law.
it's a risk. Our
is not a
supervisor.
risk
Hold on. It doesn't say it's safe. There is a risk, and it's an unknown risk. And if you can't tell me that all the research is out and it's already been proven and it's okay, which means it's a mixed bag. Our supervisor has the rights. That there's a level of protection that he has to do. The fact that you're worried about how much notice we gave, we didn't have it. They tried to do this. It stopped in 2012. We haven't had it since 2012. Whether we wait 3 months or we stop it because there is not enough information, it's not going to change anything.
There is no risk at 0.7. The study says that. They said there's no evidence that there's a risk at 0.7. Yes, there's a risk in China at 2.5 MGDs.
The California judge said that there's a risk.
So
There's a
they-
California judge that said there's a risk. It said go back.
Unreasonable risk.
Go back
Hold
to
on,
it.
please.
Okay, verbatim.
Based on studies in
So
China
what
and
is this,
India.
based on your email then?
So look, the issue at hand is it comes to control of the amount, and I think that was in someone's letter, because how do you control if you control the toothpaste, if you control the mouthwash, you could do that. You can't control the amount of water. Someone put out there that it's all about dose, and they're absolutely right.
And what if
You
the
know-
system fails and it puts too much fluoridation in the water? Because I don't know about you, but when we work here, people who want sewers or whatnot, if the plant isn't operating, if a body isn't operating, whatever you ingest, it won't hold. So at some point, I'm going to take a risk that at this 0.7, it's not unsafe. But in the event that there's a collapse in the infrastructure, I could be poisoning all the constituents. I think we should probably look at it.
Or you shut down the system when all the state-of-the-art system, which we have just put in for $1 million.
Which happened in 9/11 when all those people made those claims because they couldn't breathe and they were having cancers and their diseases, right? It happens after.
That's apples and oranges.
Nothing happens in a vacuum.
Apples and oranges.
So
I can't.
So
It's a pause.
I would suggest
Okay.
that you turn the spigot back on and you comply with the
Thank you.
public health law, which is designed to protect the public
thank
health.
you. Thank you for the suggestion.
I would suggest.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Let me finish, please. So Thank you. So, I'm losing my train of thought. I am tired as well. It's been a long day. Susan, the risk to reward ratio is what I'm looking at. And statistically, I don't think it's worth it. There are reports on both sides of the aisle. And once again, you cannot say we'll take it out. Now, for the record, I think 2012, the system in one went down because the fluoride burnt through the floor, and they had to close it. But they were still supplying fluoride through the Amawalk plant until 2017. And then when the fluoride was screwing up all the equipment there, they shut it right down. They didn't give the 90-day notice because it was creating issues. So I understand the notice. We had to do it to restart it, which we did, which started a lot of the conversation. But once again, with unreasonable risk, you could shake your head, but that's the exact quote out of the article and out of the papers. And maybe the judge was wrong, maybe he was right. I didn't sit on those weeks of testimony, but you've heard the saying of taking it to a higher court. You know, you don't get much higher than a federal court unless you go
You go,
yeah,
yes,
you can go all the way to
much, much
Supreme
higher.
Court.
You've
But-
got two appellate levels and then a Supreme Court.
Right.
And as we
So
have
let-
learned over the recent years, lots of
And if
district court
and if it
decisions are
gets
overturned.
and if it gets overturned, we can cross that bridge when we come to it.
There was,
So
there was
hold-
31 studies during that.
So I would
31.
I would
not just
I would
a piece of
it's
paper.
it's 11:51. What I would suggest is we close this public hearing.
It was.
We already did.
I understand that. Just
We
let
have
me
to vote.
just let me finish, please. I would suggest, since we already closed this public hearing, and we gave this the notice, right, and we're going to put this back on our agenda.
I have a motion and second to close it with written comments.
For 10 days.
So I say we move on, and on next Tuesday we vote whether to make this legislative change. And if we make this legislative change, Susan, then you could bring it up according to the new law, the new legislation, to see if we want to turn it back on, because we would be able to have that discussion here at the town board level. So at
Well,
this
thank
point,
you.
I
It's-
think
that's a moot point.
this, excuse me,
Yeah,
at this
sorry.
point, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, excuse me for
No, no,
interrupting
go
you.
ahead.
But if you pass the legislation, it becomes a moot point what the vote is going to be to terminate the system.
Says who? Says who? You're assuming,
Oh, okay.
you're projecting
It depends on the
everybody else's
information
vote,
coming
and you
in.
do that quite often. You need to stop doing that. You need to worry about your own vote
Well,
and stop projecting how you believe
Well, I'm
I'm going
glad-
to vote.
I'm
It's
glad to-
really not your concern how I'm going to vote sometime in the future. Okay?
I take back what I said, and
right,
I'm very happy to hear that you still have an open mind.
So,
All right,
which
so we
I
have
already mentioned.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This was to closing the public
I
hearing.
thought we did that before.
No, we didn't.
Oh.
She said we didn't.
Motion and
I
second.
thought we did.
Yeah, close,
no.
yes,
Okay.
close.
And Lonnie, I will say I appreciated the scent of a woman comment about the court being out of order. Great movie. I
Well, he
thought-
does it in
no,
The Scent
the-
of-
he
of
does
Al
the same.
Capone
He
too.
does Al Pacino does that in Scent of a Woman,
Yeah.
the courtroom scene. There you go. All right. So we are going to move to.
Resolutions.
Okay. I'm going to skip on this to get John Tegeter up here. John, come up to the. John, come up to the podium, please. So this is to authorize Gregory Dietrich Preservation Consulting to assist the town in the adoptive reuse process for the Field Home Mansion. There you go, Lonnie.
Yeah, that one's yours, because he has what it is.
Have a good night. John, good night. Thank you, ladies. Would you?
Would you inform the crowd?
Yeah, they all are.
What'd you do?
They don't like John.
We would have put you first.
I know, what a waste of a degree, right?
Oh, no, Sergio, that's the point. We could have cleared the room by letting John speak first.
Yeah, see? What would you like to know?
Well, talk about the where we are with the RFP,
What the
why we're
change
bringing
is.
in, why we're going to bring in Dietrich.
Okay. I sent the board the draft RFP on October 1st.
Yep.
Okay, so you have it in your possession. I did get
You right at?
a set of comments on it from Susan. I did speak to you about or allude to what's here tonight on the 13th of August when we had the discussion about putting out the RFP. And I said, well, there's, other steps that may come in between that. This is, and the discussion was an intermediary step, and Susan suggested a parallel step. This is a parallel step to get the RFP in a form that I would suggest is would guarantee greater success in being successful in preserving this building and finding adequate reuse for it with a developer. So I am looking to do and get some advice from people that are in the business that I am not in, so that the RFP is written in a manner that speaks to the people that do this kind of work. And I don't know that the one that we sent you and some of the others are exactly right. And I want to
like
make
that
it as right
preservation.
as possible. That's all I'm looking to do.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
So you're not sure if it encompasses really what the goal is.
yeah, I don't actually.
Talk about
I don't think it does yet. For instance, in the draft, it says we may come back once we select somebody. We may come back. I don't think that's where we're heading with it. So there needs to be some things. Also, I'm hoping that the consultant will be able to give us names of firms, architectural or development firms that do this kind of work that I don't know about. I mean, I can go out on the internet, but having his expertise and his experience, I think will make the RFP that much better. And that's my aim. So,
All right. This is contrary to what we decided on August 13th, because you did present that as an alternative. That's the way you wanted it. I think the board did decide on August 13th that we listened to your suggestion, and we decided we're going to go the RFP route. In your draft RFP, I like the fact that you had that three tracks. One, if you were interested in buying the building. Two, if you wanted to rent or lease it. And three, if you just wanted to be an advisor to help us go through the process. So what you're doing now incorporated your number three. That's the first comment I have. The second comment is the board, at least I, was never notified that, one, you were seeking proposals from anybody, and number two, we have a resolution to do the agreement with Mr. Dietrich, and I've never even seen what his proposal is. So how can I vote for something that I haven't even seen, and that nobody else with possibly other qualifications might have been a better mix and have a broader sense of who potentially could do this? Frankly, I was not impressed with Mr. Dietrich's analysis of what he did on the field home that he did earlier in the process, because all he did basically was regurgitate what Steve Tilley had already done. And then he added,
not correct.
He added some more history. He added more history.
then
and
I guess he didn't
said,
regurgitate. He actually did a better job than Stephen Tilley.
in terms of the adaptive reuse of the
He added more uses. That's in the presentation.
in one final paragraph, and said more could be done. And I don't think that without getting proposals from your track three, all right, the track three that would have said, other advisors, would you please let us know, okay?
But that may not be attractive to this type of job. That's my point.
It is, because
is to find out if someone in the business that will understand that market. That's what I'm looking for. And it's not contrary. We are still doing the RFP route. I'm just seeking to make the RFP better. Because we do have a record of some failures. And I don't want to, I want to eliminate the possibility of a failure.
failures in what?
in the RFP process.
Well, in the historic, you know,
Yeah, we haven't, yeah.
I mean, the Bernstein
But
House.
why-
Bernstein House is an example.
That's right. Why didn't this, if you were going to seek advice from other consultants, okay, why didn't we not send out a mini RFP to say we want proposals for who's going to help advise us on this process, all right? And then why didn't the board, number one, know a proposal was going out? And that's the most fundamental issue. We didn't know that the
So
proposal was going
Gregory
out, and we
Dietrich
didn't see
is
the
our town historic consultant, correct, John?
And
One
I
of
don't
them,
think
yes.
that he necessarily has the qualifications for this work. Does he know about the housing market, for example?
No, but
One
he-
of the potential uses is the housing market. I've been doing some research and putting together some possibilities.
In answer to your question, he's our town historian.
One of our,
It doesn't mean we have to limit it to him for
Right,
this.
so that's why we used him, right? And we're trying to get you wanted everything
also was-
done.
All
You
right,
wanted to get more
let me just jump in. So
He's
John,
also familiar
John
with the
asked me
property.
about it. He feels more comfortable working with them. I have no issue with it, as they are our consultants. They are on record, and if that's who he feels comfortable working with to get the proper RFP and to get it before the right people and to garner more interest, because I'll be honest with you, I don't want to lease it. I'd rather someone buy it. I don't want the town to own it and to have to care for it, and to see that 10, 15 years down the line, the town is saddled with this building. So I would rather find the right RFP to get it out there and have a true solution for that building. I do like housing. We had that discussion that there's a possibility that that's what the building was
I don't know what
originally
it's
for.
good for. I don't know.
Right. Well, but
aren't you the one that always saying we got to
Yeah,
do
to
this,
hurry.
we got to do this,
Yeah.
we got to hurry up and
Well-
do it? And John is working with you, working parallel with the RFP and with this consultant. Now you just don't like his consultant. Well, I like John's. John's been in business longer than all of us combined, and he's comfortable dealing with him.
The issue
Yes.
is the Dietrich issue is the secondary issue. The primary issue is that as a board member, what is on this agenda to be voted on is not what the board said it was going to do. All right, that is my basic procedural issue. The board said we wanted an RFP after John presented his
draft.
Susan-
No.
You-
When he
his draft.
presented in
No, before
August-
his draft.
In August, he preferred to go the one way to get this consultant, okay? The board decided to do the RFP, and then without any board decision, okay?
Yeah.
Just because he consulted with.
Wait, hold on, hold on,
That's not
John.
what's happening.
Excuse
That's
me,
not
John.
what's going
John,
on.
excuse me 1 second. Susan, do you remember at the meeting when you said to our constituents to reach out if they had any ideas? I think Sarah commented how I had like 12 ideas. I've actually reached out to different people because my fear is that they'll sell it without us knowing where it's going to go, and then there's going to be whoever wants at right will build on it. You had mentioned that if anyone had ideas, that property is going to cost a lot of money to rehab and to create an idea, and the town can't afford it. So at this point, when he's sharing that he went with this consultant who also did more work off of the work of another consultant who we also work with. My question to you is, are you more upset that he didn't ask you personally and you didn't know about it? Or that we didn't look at it? Or that there weren't more consultants to tell us how much they would charge us to do it? Like, what's the point here? Because I know you want the world to tell us, like, if anyone's got any great ideas for this beautiful building. But the truth is, no one wants to invest that kind of money in this building.
We don't know that until the RFP goes out. May I suggest that we defer and we table this, and I'd like to see what you asked of Dietrich, and I'd like to see his agreement.
Okay.
all right, well, why
So
don't,
let's wait
why
until
don't-
next week, since we're meeting next week. I'd like
And
to
I
know
ju-
what Dietrich is going to
Right.
do.
I just want to clarify, is on the 13th of August, I wasn't talking about exactly what's going on here. This is not what I was suggesting at that moment. What I was suggesting was there was an intermediate step that I suggested, which was to go out with an RFP to get consultants to actually make a project that you could then sell to a developer. So it would be architectural plans to make, say, for instance, housing packaged that the board had approved, so a developer would know that there is a short path to an approval for the building that they're going to get in, to buy.
Genius.
It would not have been a long-winded, multi-step process. That's what I was suggesting on the 13th. Since the board wanted to go with the RFP, I produced the RFP. And 2 days later, or the following day, I spoke to you in this room when we came to the grant guy. And I was telling you about having someone look at it to help us get the RFP in the best form. So it's not that you weren't informed, it's that I sent this, but I was telling you and a couple of other board members about that desire, which is different from what I was suggesting on the 13th, because I heard what the board said about moving forward with the RFP, and I knew you wanted to move quicker than or quicker.
And what
let-
you're
put it
actually
that way.
saying is that if there's a project that can happen, or there's a consultant that says that these things can be done with this property, then the incentive for a developer to swoop in and want to invest the money without having to go through that would be the reason why we would be investing in this. Because then we don't have to daydream. There's actual possibilities
So
there.
let me help with something. We're actually not investing, so that I don't even understand, because it's sort of a moot
Well,
point.
time, I'm
If
saying.
you read it, it's
On call. Yeah.
and it's reimbursed by Toll Brothers.
Yes.
So this is giving an extra. Yes, I would have loved for the RFP to be ready today. It's not. I also am looking at the thing I remembered. I finally remembered. Not what I had for breakfast, but I wanted the RFP out again for the railroad station. If we could do that next week.
Look, I'm prepared to move forward with this.
So,
I mean,
I would like to see the agreement. I'm not going to vote for an agreement that I haven't seen.
But
it's
Toll
an
Brothers is paying for
It's an
it.
all.
I don't care
no,
who's
no, no.
paying for it.
It's an
I haven't
on.
seen it.
Susan,
It's an
it's an
on-call.
on-call service to give advice.
I want to know exactly what kind of advice he's going to
All
give
right, well,
on what.
I'll tell you what,
Is
we'll-
he going to
we'll
give the
s-
advice in 30 days and 60 days, or is there no time limit to when he's going to give the advice? I'd like to know what he's going to do.
Ed, we got to hurry up and get this thing done.
The on-
I think it's unreasonable to expect us, or to expect me to vote for something. I don't
okay.
know if you, who else on the board has seen this agreement?
I think
Application review.
right. You
not
know what?
an it's an application review. to-
You know what?
to
We'll put it off for
explore.
next week. I don't want to hear that we.
But it's not an
don't
agreement,
worry-
it's
don't
an
worry about it.
application
Don't worry
review to
about
see
it.
what are the possibilities
Yes,
to be
I
done to that
understand.
property.
But you know
Based
what?
on the infrastructure, parking, the lot size,
Lou.
how close it is to the road.
We know it.
No, we're not.
you decided to put it off?
Yeah, we'll
Let's put it off. Let's move on.
let me just end with thank you. That's fine. I'm looking to make it better.
Yes, I know you
and
are, John.
at a
Thank
higher
you, John.
function. Okay, that's what I'm looking to do.
John,
That's
please,
it.
please send Susan the agreement.
Or
and
the
we're-
application review
Well, I'll
specs.
send you the proposal. Isn't that
Right,
what you're
that's
looking
all
for?
it is.
Proposal.
I,
Right.
whatever you sent to Dietrich to ask him for a proposal, and did you send it to anybody?
And copy
No,
the rest of the
Susan,
board.
I did not. He's on call. We called him up. I had a Zoom call with him and said, "This is what we're looking for."
He works.
All right, then
And
send me what
we
said.
talked out, so he understood what we're looking for, and he gave the proposal.
Send me
That's
his-
how it
Give her
works.
the, send the proposal to the board,
And the
please.
proposal is specs of
Sorry,
possibilities.
sorry to keep
I
you here all
apologize.
night.
The proposal wasn't part of the, but I wasn't in the office at the time.
Not a problem, John. I appreciate
John.
the work.
Thank you.
All right, so, from the Office of the Assessor, authorize the supervisor to execute agreement with Valuation Plus, Inc. for appraisal services, $13,733, and the following budget transfer from assessor salaries to assessor appraisals. From the Office of the Comptroller, authorize the Comptroller to pay Craig Scatola the cash value of unused time as of his date of retirement, which is enumerated below.
Can you hold off on the next one, on the Stewart transfer?
Sure. Authorize the supervisor to enter into agreement with Pristine Waters to conduct sediment measurement at the Shrub Oak Lake Pond. This is for a study to see how the sediment could be dealt with there. And I know it was recommended that they speak with Ken Belfour. So Ken, I hope you're watching, and put on your Mohegan Lake hat and get together with them on that. We are skipping that one. From the Office of Section 8 Housing, authorize the supervisor to renew agreement with CVR Associates, Inc. for housing quality standards inspections for the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. Those are mandated inspections to make sure that the living standards are appropriate through HUD. Authorize the controller to refund the following duplicate tax payments, which are all first half school taxes. Okay, Tom, sure. As delineated below, from the Office of the Water Distribution Superintendent, authorize the Water Department to dispose of any used and unusable water meters for the the value of scrap metal. Award a bid for the French Hill Water Tank Rehabilitation Project for the Water Department.
I have a question on that one, so you want to keep that one? All right. Can answer
That goes to Pittsburgh Tank and Tower, the low bidder, $556,250. And then also the following budget transfer from general fund balance to be offset by ARPA revenue.
No, I have a question about that. I asked you to put that one separately.
For the French Hill tank?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, not the French
No, the
Hill.
other one we
I'm
held.
sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize.
To the French Hill tank rehabilitation. Do I have a motion on
Motion.
those?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can I just ask you on the French Hill water tank, we had an email exchange about some issues with the timing. If this was the low bidder, does that mean that the low bidder was able to do it within the time frame? How was that resolved?
Yes, so in the effort of nonpartisan or called bipartisan government, working with Diana, myself, Paul, Diana arranged for a Zoom call this morning with the Pittsburgh Paint Company. There were some assumptions they made because there were two sets of the bid. One of the bid was for the inside of the tank, the second part, which we are not able to do at this time because there was not enough ARPA money for that, and he did not have the fund balance. So when they realized it was only the external, we had already gotten some paint specs. They had agreed that the temperature and timing standards were okay. They will be able to come and take care of it, and we could get it done quicker than they anticipated. So they will put together a team. I will say that they said that it's 99% positive, but if they can't make that, I'm sure they will give back their, rescind their bid, and then we'd move to the next. But after our conversation today, I think we all felt pretty comfortable that they're.
Yes. So the issue was the misunderstanding about the.
It would have taken
the other
them
part
long,
of the,
right? It would have taken them longer for the interior
Inside.
tank, and that had to be at a different temperature.
Yeah,
So
to do the work.
But
right,
was that clear in the bid specs that it was?
that it was 2 points.
The
Yes.
bid specs were clear.
Oh, okay.
They were not,
Okay.
they were under the impression that they were also going to do the alternative, which was the inside, and they are not doing that. It's
Okay,
going to be done
thanks
in-house.
for clarifying that, because, yeah, all right.
Okay, and so that was that, and we still have.
And then on
hold
the other one that I asked you to hold.
Yep.
I have no issue with repairing something that's needed in the sewage treatment plant. My concern is that using the ARPA money for this, this is a routine maintenance issue that should be paid out of operating expenses, or if there's no money available to transfer from one budget line to another, it should come out of the YS fund balance. I have been asking for weeks and weeks and weeks for more detailed summary of how ARPA money has been spent. I have not gotten that, and I'm very concerned that we're
Actually,
watch my-
Janelle did send you something.
She sent me something that was,
And she did reply to this with the laws that are surrounding the ARPA money payments.
and I responded, it's legal. I'm not saying it's not legal.
Well,
I'm
you're-
just saying that the way we have been using the
So
ARPA
I-
money was a gift,
so
was
I
an
w-
unexpected gift
Right.
that we got, and it should have been used for critical infrastructure projects like the French Hill water tank, okay? We have used it to purchase needed equipment. I have no problems with those, okay? But I think to use it for routine operation and maintenance, we're not talking about big dollars. We're talking about $37,000. But that should come from the YS fund balance or from moving it around from another line, and it not should be for ARPA money. That's my concern.
So because we saved money on the estimated amount that was put aside on the tank bid, we ended up freeing up a little ARPA money. And this is critical. These pumps are critical that we have to get. So I will disagree. They did not have the money for them right now. So utilizing the ARPA money so we do not have sewer spills into our.
I'm not questioning
Okay, but that's a logic.
And at some point, I would like a detailed summary of all of the ARPA money, how it's been spent, because I think Janelle said in her latest thing, virtually it's all been allocated already, even if it hasn't.
She had a breakdown in what she said.
You had a breakdown, and I would like to see something in a better format than what she sent me, which is very hard to put together. I'd like to know how much on specific infrastructure projects, how much on equipment, what types of equipment, trucks or computers or what else.
Well, I will ask her to look at that after the budget. I'm not going to have her do a secondary analysis other than what the government has asked her for at this time. It's crunch time on the budget. And I'd rather
after October,
yes.
The end of October. But I think that there never seemed to be, and I've been watching the ARPA money for, but we have it for 3 years that we got the allocation for $3.7 million. I have never seen a really consistent plan on how it should be spent. It's sort of been ad hoc. Oh, we needed some money for something, let's use it for that, without any planning and any looking ahead and any vision.
But that's not true. We had a lot of visions and looking ahead, and then there were emergencies that happened, and then the ARPA money has to be spent at a certain time.
We also
and
saved-
we were still trying to hold taxes because we haven't raised taxes in a long time. So you might as well
We did-
spend.
Yeah,
we
but-
haven't.
Hold
but
on,
I'm
hold
just
on,
saying-
hold on. No, yeah, but you're getting into something
but-
that's not really relevant. The main fact of the matter is we did projects that came in lower, that we saved money on,
And then we
and
used
then
those for the what's.
then we reallocated some of that ARPA money.
Instead of taking it out of the YS fund.
Well, no, this is in other projects, and
No,
it was
I'm thinking instead of
reallocated, and
taking-
it was put into things like the upgrading of our computer systems. That was money that was saved, so we needed to allocate it and use it. And I know we have till the end of next year to use it, but I am not one for waiting for, you know what, we'll hit a three-pointer at the buzzer. Not the way it goes. We have to spend this out, and you know what, if it frees up some other money to do some other work,
Great.
there's a ton of work in sewers that we want to do that we don't have the money for yet, including what I spoke about before with the Hallex Mills. And we will keep focused. I am not going to let the town lose $1 of ARPA money.
Of course not. Of course not.
And it's
You wanna
important
go
to
ahead
note,
and-
and it's important to note that we're well within our right to spend it the way we're spending it.
I never said it was
mean,
illegal. I
Right.
just said
Okay.
$37,000
So it's not illegal.
operation
We're getting the jobs done. We're repairing critical infrastructure.
Are we voting on this?
What is the issue?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can vote on it.
Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, Yorktown. The three of you get a bonus for staying on.